Way, way back in 2005, came together two awesome guys. One was Siege and the other Devin, and they became the best of friends. 12 years later, we're still talking, but now we're recording what we say. Games and TV, books and movies, really anything okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to a very special episode of The Say Report. I'm your host, Devin Decker, and before I tell you who's joining me for this episode's recording, I'd just like to paint a picture for you. It was our 45th episode. It was supposed to be our 44th episode, but someone neglected to see the film in a timely manner, and I once again lost out notoriety to Kevin Smith, Shake Fist, when we finally got to sit down and discuss a film that is located directly in the heart of the Say Report, and that film was Justice League. Now, this very special episode, in which I'm joined by Sijan Sarawick, Sijan.
4-hour edit of the Say Report. Yeah, woo!
4 hours and 2 minutes.
We have to do it, man. Every time we do one of these, we always talk longer than the movie. It's a requirement at this point.
It is a requirement. So 4 hours, 3 minutes. So yeah, strap in. I'm glad that you got there before me. But yeah, so we were supposed to talk. We saw it. What is just colloquially being called as Justice League, because now we live in a world where Zack Snyder's Justice League has been birthed to all of us to enjoy. And this episode, this very special episode, we're going to talk all about it.
Yeah, man, all about it. And things that it has revealed about us as a society. Oh man. Yeah, we saw a 4-hour version of that film that we talked about all those years ago. And whether we liked it or not, we watched a 4-hour version of that movie, Devin. I am reeling from the fact still that this exists. I got to tell you, it has not, it's something that we have talked about, how fucking crazy it is that this happened, but it's never quite hit me until honestly this moment when we are now recording us talking about our feelings on it. I still cannot believe this movie exists.
I know. This feels like we're recording an Elseworlds What If episode of the Say Report, where we were finally given the 4-hour cut of Justice League that we've joked about since before the film first released in November of 2017. But this is real life. We're living in real life right now. This is not a non-canonical tale. This is all canon.
I want to clarify something really quick too. My excitement to sit here and record this episode with you, Devin, and my joy that I had in watching this movie and furiously taking notes about it does not equate to any representation of my feelings on the film. I want to make sure that as my excited tone here does not give false hope to somebody out there, because I don't spoiler alert for the end of this episode, but my feelings have not changed much. So anybody that's been paying attention for the last 4 years knows where this is probably going to land for me.
My feelings have changed completely. And yet, I can say, without any fear of consequences, that I absolutely loved Zack Snyder's Justice League. I loved every second of it. There was not a moment where I was not fully engaged with what was being presented to me. It has been a year and a week since I have seen a movie in theaters, and this was the first film that I have seen that made me miss the theatrical experience.
That last sentence I can get behind. The idea that this was a movie to be seen in theaters is definitely something to be said. And there's already talks. I mean, why would they not, right? Do special, whatever, maybe 2-day events, you buy a ticket and you can get in one day to watch 2 hours, one day to see the other. Or fuck it, they put Harry Potter runs out there or Lord of the Rings runs out there. Why not just put the 4-hour release out? But let me put it this way. I am there's a level at which I watched this movie where I am with you in that, and that is the same level at which a baby watches a set of keys jangle. Like sure, I could watch this movie again, and there's nothing stopping me from doing that. It is not on that level. It is just that there are things that happen in this movie that hurt me as a film nerd, as a comic book nerd, and just as a person that I cannot forgive. And you will get into those. But there's some things that we got to talk about first.
Oh.
First of all, Dev, I would like you, as the person that has enjoyed this movie both times, to once again give a rundown of the plot of this film.
Oh, great. Before I do that, before we get into part one, don't count on it, Dev man. There is a third musketeer who is part of the Say Report. He does our outros. He writes quizzes for us. And all those many years ago, in episode 45, he was supposed to be there, but apparently Jose Cuervo and Muscle Relaxers kept him from being on the episode. And as much as I would love to announce that he is here with us today, this time work got in the way, but on my recommendation, he chiseled out 4 hours and 2 minutes to watch Justice League as intended, as far as I'm concerned. And he got back to me afterwards and says, I need a cigarette because I enjoyed every moment of it. So I am relating that to you as well, just so that you know, it's not just me who felt the way I felt about this film.
Believe me, the world has let me know not just you feels this way about this movie. I don't worry. I am in no illusion of what the rest of the world feels about this film one way or the other.
But fuck the macrocosm. I want to know, in the microcosm of the Say Report, 2 out of the 3 members of the Sastis League, thumbs up. I'm not proud of the Sastis League.
Hey, man, I was with you. I was not going to comment on it. I was going to go with that joke. I was yes-anding you.
I know but myself sometimes.
Well,
all right.
So you, my Clark, and him, my Diana, are standing up to my grumpiness. It's more than fair.
He would be so mad that you didn't make him
I know. I did that on purpose, Will. Take that.
My favorite thing is that I am wearing the Flash t-shirt that I saw Justice League in. It's not the same Flash t-shirt. It's just the same exact style and was bought at the same time because the first Flash t-shirt was destroyed in the Great Chicken Winging of 2019.
Right, I'm down with it. You buy like one shirt, you love it so much, you buy 5 more.
Well, they were Devon sized and they were $1 a piece at Ollie's Bargain City. So yeah, I bought multiples. But yes, so here in my Flash shirt, but not saying I want to be Barry Allen. Let me attempt to give a rundown.
Yeah. You're avoiding this. Do it.
Well, I wasn't prepared.
Save one, Barry. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, wrong version. Sorry.
All right. So, Zack Snyder's Justice League sees the 3 mother boxes left on Earth from Darkseid's initial attempt to conquer us millennia ago awakened once the only thing that they feared, Superman, is found dead. Now the mother boxes can awaken and signal to not necessarily their rightful owners, but the person who is going to unify them so many years ago. This awakening of the mother boxes kicks the Atlanteans and Amazonians into high gear, preparing for an invasion. Meanwhile, the humans, the land of men, we're just kind of going about our days, normal stuff, mourning the death of Superman, as you do when a god from the stars dies at the hands of another god from the stars that was cloned by Lex Luthor. I still don't fully grasp what happened in Batman v Superman, and I couldn't bring myself to rewatch that film in order to enjoy this film. Cards on the table. I just have to say that. And that film actually came out 5 years ago today.
Are you
in
saying this because you're at
theaters.
the end of that synopsis?
No,
Because that's
no,
not the end of the
no,
synopsis.
that's not the end of the synopsis. CJ, if I were just to do it, first of all, this is not like the Adam Sandler cinematic universe. I did not write up a synopsis of
Oh
this.
no, I know you
So
didn't. I am holding you accountable as the person that thinks this is a good movie to
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 do
to
the
tell
heavy lifting
to
and show
explain.
me what this movie
Mm-hmm.
is.
So in the I know, but I'm gonna have to break it up, CJ, or I don't know what I would do.
6 parts, baby. Let's break
Like
it
six.
up.
Well, this is all intro still. We're not at part one yet.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
dragging on about as much as that intro did. So let's do it.
so in the wake of Superman's death, Batman has had his faith in humanity restored and is now going out to seek the YouTube trailers that we saw at the end of Batman v Superman to, recruit them to join his super team that we're going to call the Justice League, but this movie never calls the Justice League. And that's important, I feel. I feel like that's important. They don't even jokingly call themselves Super Friends because then people might be confused. So Batman goes to a remote Icelandic village to try to get Aquaman to join, and he's like, nah, bruh, strong man strongest alone, which makes no sense, Aquaman. I don't know where you learned this, but it speaks to Arthur Curry in the Snyderverse, and that's important and impressive.
Okay. Yep. I'm gonna let you get through this before I say anything. Keep going.
That's
Keep going.
fine. Oh, I have to keep going. So Aquaman says no, and it turns out that Batman, guy who hangs out in a cave all the time, like brooding, probably not the guy to recruit for your super squad.
Okay. When I said keep going, I didn't mean you have to speak into every little detail. He goes out and he starts to recruit people, but luckily he already has Diana on his side,
He
which I
does
think is a
not
key
have
part.
Diana on his side.
She is definitely like you
She
didn't watch
doesn't.
Batman v Superman. There is they are closer than anybody at this point.
They are closer
Let's
than
put it that
anybody at
way.
this point. I will give you that.
Let's put it
However, Alfred's own words, Jeremy Irons just fantastic as Alfred in the Snyderverse. I need to just give the credit here. I'll give credit later as well. Says you're 0 for 2 in the recruiting department, and the one has to be Wonder Woman, right? It's
Oh
not
yeah.
Superman.
No, we see that she's off and in London and on her own, still doing
Yeah.
her thing, living under like whatever. Well, they keep showing her saving London, but also then being like living under the Louvre. So I don't understand what's going on there. But anyway,
Yeah,
keep going.
it don't make a lot of. She works at the Louvre, but she's Wonder Woman. She can be anywhere. And they just flat out forget the events of 1984 because Wonder Woman saves a young girl, and the young girl says, "Can I be like you someday?" And like, no, be yourself. Would have been what I would say if the last time someone aspired to be like me had them turn into a furry cheetah lady. But this movie was made before that movie, so continuity doesn't need to matter, which I think is going to be important
That's
later
going to
on
be
when Zach
hugely
yells,
important.
when Sejan yells about Screen Rant.
But
But
I mean, and Zach as well. I'm sure he's also going to be at home screaming at his iPod the same things I am. But yeah,
But yes, so the first Motherbox is taken by Steppenwolf, and that's when Diana's like, I gotta get involved, and she goes to Gotham City, that shithole, and says, well, no, she sees a new scene that is not in the original where Darkseid is ready. Sejan, I can't do this. I cannot
I
do
know.
a synopsis
All right,
of
it's
this
fine.
film.
You're done.
It's
You're done.
so
I'm not
long.
gonna torture you anymore for your terrible opinions. We're good. I
It's so long, and I
this
love
movie
every
is not.
minute of it. But if you
That's fine. That's fine. That's what's gonna bring spice to this episode because I need somebody here with me that feels that way because there is a lot going on outside of this movie, and I think that's important to talk about kind of first because in the chronological timeline of events of this film, this movie started long before this movie started, right? Like this entire thing exists because of what happened with Justice League. And so I think you trying to give a synopsis of this film allow me to now try and give a synopsis of the timeline of this film. So this movie is in the works for a while. We see Man of Steel years out, and then eventually Batman v Superman, and which is all leading to Zack Snyder's Justice League. And there's a lot of Whereas like Marvel is very happy to kind of get out there and point out a bunch of his shit, and like any movie is very happy to be like, this is the director, these are the actors, here's what they're doing, here's the story, here's everything in the trailer, know everything about the film before you come and see it, which is the basic attitude of film nowadays, film marketing, I should say nowadays. There is actually a very interesting lack of that clarity in like the DC universe writ large, and I think that's very purposeful. I think that there's a lot that they think they're being edgy and experimental, and they want to hide their experiments because they think that by like springing it on people is going to be like, whoa, really? Zach Levy as a superhero? Really? That dude, Chuck? Okay, let's do it. But like that whole mentality is just throughout the entire DC universe, right? So Zack Snyder's Justice League is a movie that is kind of like wrapped up in a bunch of secrecy, but what's weird is suddenly like what was it, like 6 months before the movie comes out, we start hearing like a ton of weird shit behind the scenes. Zack Snyder has left the project. Suddenly Joss Whedon of all people is hired on to finish it off. There was like rumors that they were possibly going to bring in Christopher Nolan to like revamp the DC universe, things like that. It just, things kind of go off the rails before Justice League comes out, and it starts this fire in a group of people. The size of that group can be like just the guy you run into at the grocery store all the way up to like 1 million people online, depending on like how you live your life, right? So like this group is either a huge presence that you were aware of, or like you kind of have heard hints of this, but everybody has kind of heard of the person out there who's like, Zack Snyder got screwed by WB. And that is like the baseline feeling going into this movie, is you're about to see a movie where the studio fucked the director. Let's do this. And like that could not be denied by anybody that sat down to watch that movie. By the time Justice League came out, we had heard so much drama about the making of Justice League that the movie was never going to live up to that. And for some of us, it never did. For some of us, it seemed to. But
Well,
like,
I will say, I'm gonna step out of the
yeah,
shadows right
no,
now and
please do.
say all that Season just talked about, I had no idea. I was not immersed in that world. I knew that Zack Snyder's daughter Autumn had taken her life, and that was the reason why he had to take a step back from completing the film Justice League. And then I knew that Warner Brothers was like, here's our chance, get us the Avengers guy. And then Joss Whedon came in. But other than that knowledge, I had no other information going into watching the film.
But that is that is almost exactly what I'm talking about, is whether you were living in that world where you heard everybody talking about it and it became a huge thing, which is the world that I admittedly was in. I also like, I have to admit, and I had to try and take in the idea that somebody sitting down to watch that movie was like you, Dev, who had only kind of just tangentially heard about it, but you heard about it, right? It became that kind of thing that like people talked about, like offhandedly. People that were not like film nerds were just like, Zack Snyder got cut, right? Because Zack Snyder was no like people know who he is to this day. I won't say that he's even past his prime. God knows that motherfucker could go on to make The Godfather Part 4 tomorrow, and maybe that's the thing that blows me away. Like Zack Snyder is still in a position, no matter what feelings I have about this movie, Zack Snyder is still in a position to still like blow up, because I think, and this is something else I have to talk about at some point today, but like I think Zack Snyder is a more than decent director, and more than decent directors have made some pretty damn good films, I have learned. So like I think he's more than fine as a person to helm a film going forward. But with that in mind, people knew who he was. I mean, 300 was a fucking like monster. You couldn't stop that movie, right? And then like beyond that, the movie that he had done before 300 was the Dawn of the Dead remake that
Mm-hmm.
people loved. Like like that movie legitimately people loved. And so like Zack Snyder had a bunch of like projects under his belt. I mean, one that he got to helm completely of his own, Sucker Punch, that he it is an original idea from him. He wrote it, he directed it. If we ever wanted a Tarantino treatment for Zack Snyder, Sucker Punch is it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Um and so like people knew who he was, and the idea that he had been helming the WB like DC universe is something that people talked about since Man of Steel. Like, oh, you didn't like Man of Steel? Well, it's probably because of Zack Snyder and his like opinions on art direction and things like that, right? And like you couldn't not talk about the DC cinematic universe and not mention that Snyder was kind of the one with his hand in the water, right? Like directing things. So like there people were aware of that movie more than they usually are of these kinds of films, despite the fact that there is less information coming out from DC than there ever was from any other company, right? So it's like this weird like world that we're living in when we go to see this movie. And you and I all the time talk about the idea of context. So you go to see this movie, you're in this weird space, you watch it, and some pretty strong opinions formed about that film. There were enough people around me that were like, I enjoyed my time with that movie, that I have to acknowledge as somebody that didn't. It did well enough for like a big budget hero movie. It made its money back. Nobody counted it as a huge loss that year. Sure, critically they took their hit, and there was conversations beyond like about what that means. All of a sudden, like, and that lasted for all of a second, because like all of a sudden all of this shit starts coming out. Like the idea of Warner Brothers kicking Zack Snyder off the project, the idea that he might have been fired long before his departure, which, as you mentioned, like the story is that he left because of his daughter's death, and like that's a that is a that is a story that deserves an amount of respect that like I can't argue with that.
Right.
If that is the reason he left the project, that's the reason he left the project. People out there that are like, he was fired before that was just an excuse. Fuck you. Even if that is the story, it's not my story to know. like there's a weird amount of privilege in the people that really felt like connected to the first movie. And I don't mean in the way in which you and Will are like, I liked it. It felt like it was a DC movie for me, and that's rare. And like I get that. Like I'm with you guys on that. If that's the way that you felt about that film, enjoy the hell out of it for the rest of your days. But anybody out there that starts shitting on that movie because they feel like Warner Brothers used a woman's suicide as an excuse to fuck with the director, that is like something I can't get into. And that is part of what becomes the history of this movie, is the toxic fandom that just last week Zack Snyder himself denied existed, but like we cannot deny existed for years about this movie. It developed this weird thing in like the zeitgeist of like every terrible thing people have ever felt about like nerdy fans kind of like solidified in the movement for the Snyder Cut. All of the like the shitty like doxing of people online that were like movie critics that didn't like the first version but also kind of agree, like it's like weird because nobody was safe. If you said you liked the movie, this particular part of the fandom, and it was a particular part, it wasn't all of it, but this particular part of the fandom went after you for liking the movie because they were like, well, it wasn't his vision, or not liking the movie for being like, you didn't give it a chance because it was shit on. Like you couldn't fucking win with this particular fandom. They didn't have an answer, but they had all of these fucking questions that if they weren't gonna like it was terrible. It was terrible talking to anybody about that movie because you didn't know if you were about to get fucking just like ravaged by some super fan, like super like Snyder fan, right? And so like at the time it was like, man, there's a bunch of people that are like really weird about this movie. I'm gonna say my 2 cents on it and then walk away. And that was it. That was my feelings on the film. Is like, I didn't love it, but I don't want to get into it. Was basically the way that went. And so you and I kind of offhandedly would like joke about it or talk about it over the years. And then eventually that kind of small, like super hyper fandom grew, its voice, I should say, grew and grew. It grew. So suddenly we were hearing it everywhere. Like you couldn't go on to Reddit, you couldn't go on to Twitter, you couldn't go on to Facebook without seeing stuff about like people demanding the Snyder Cut. And like the Snyder Cut, what the fuck is that? Oh, you mean when the studio stepped in and told a dude that is infamous for needing a fucking leash, saying like, hey, like you gotta dial it down, dude. You need to fucking dial it down. He's a director that needs that. That has been proven time and time and time again that he needs somebody to step in and tell him no. And like the best directors do. Some like good directors have good editors that tell them like, this is great, but we don't need 5 minutes of Forrest Gump running. We've already got it in 3 other scenes. Let's just do 2 minutes here. People will fucking get it, Ron. And like Ron Howard goes with it, and that's how you end up.
Pretty
with
sure
shit,
that's
right?
still a Robert Zemeckis
That's still a
film.
Zemeckis movie, but yes.
But I get where you're coming from.
But that's what I mean. Is it's universal. It's like every good director that you point to has a good editor. Even Christopher Nolan, infamous for his like over the top micromanaging editing, the only way his movies get made is by having an editing team with him who can like put their hand up and be like, are you sure? And if we don't, we get shit like Interstellar. But if we do, we get things like The Dark Knight, right? Like you can look at when guys go too far, right? And so like to talk about studio interference as a universally bad thing, terrible idea. Do we want to talk about it on a case by case basis? Sure. But it became this universal evil of the idea that the company came in and told this artist no. And it's really weird because like I was in this weird position of like wanting to definitely be on the side of art, but also at the same time understanding like the need that like art is collaboration. I've never felt that solo artists were ever truly solo, or if they were, their art wasn't stellar. And like fight me on that, I guess is what I'll say to that. But anyway, so like we had these conversations for years, and then all of a sudden one day it was fucking real. And this is true for the whole world. Like all of a sudden with this HBO Max thing and Warner Brothers not knowing what to do about like how to really kind of hype it, and like in that all of this shit bubbling in the water of the Snyder cut, suddenly it was like, look, we have a chance here to rewrite history. We have a chance to kind of go forward. And then like the perfect storm of holy shit, everybody's stuck inside, right? Like we can't deny that part of this story is then also like HBO Max latching onto the idea that like fuck, people are home. And very specifically, this moment of COVID, I want this to be down on the history books. People are home and they're about to be able to go back outside. We have to get them, and we have to get them quick. And that becomes part of this whole fucking thing that builds through the eventual Snyder cut. And that's fucking nuts. Because I haven't even mentioned in that like the fact that like Joss Whedon was kind of brought on, although it wasn't just Joss Whedon. It was apparently like an army of writers, but people really like to point at Joss Whedon as like the guy that fucked this movie. There's also all of the stuff about the head of Warner Brothers DC Media, and the fact that Jeff Johns was like one of the first like DC movies he wasn't included on, and then all of a sudden was like quickly brought back after Justice League had kind of been out there and poisoned the waters. Like there's so much other minutia to this story, but the timeline of this film has been like no other fucking film that's been made.
I mean, you say that, and you point to a lot of these things about toxic fans, and the unfortunate truth is that's sort of what DC is the best at cultivating. You tell that story, and the things that I think of are the contest to choose whether or not Jason Todd will die as Robin.
Well, and
And
specifically the results of that, right?
yeah,
Like, yeah,
yeah.
fuck me.
Like, where they're like, they'll never kill Robin, so we're going to vote to kill him.
Yeah.
And that's what they did. There was this huge grassroots movement because it was before we had the internet where everybody could get involved. There wasn't a Reddit, there wasn't a chat room. This was guys at comic book stores saying DC will never kill Robin. Let's vote en masse to kill Jason Todd. And then DC did it, and everybody lost their fucking mind because they actually killed Robin, despite for months being like, that's what we want you to do, DC. That's what we want you to do.
Nobody learns their lesson, by the way. Anybody wants a really cool like revisit of that history, check out a video on YouTube. The onion cocoa puff cereal, I believe is what it was, onion flavor in Japan. They were like, do you want chocolate or do you want onion flavor, as like a joke campaign? And then like 90% of the audience voted onion, and so they were forced to make an onion like cereal for like 2 weeks. Like, never doubt toxic fandom, dudes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
But
DC is a prime example of it, but it exists everywhere.
right, but I specifically point to DC being the cultivating grounds of this because like we have that, then we also have the Richard Donner cut of Superman 2, right?
Yep.
So like as much as this is an unprecedented moment in history, and it truly is, the Zack Snyder Justice League coming out is so different from the Donner cut, where a finished version of that film was submitted and they said no and just did their own, fired the director and did their own version of it.
Yeah.
And then years later, 2006, so from 1980 to 2006, after the release of Superman Returns, they finally have enough people saying, if it exists, release it. And Warner Brothers is like, fine, we'll just release the Donner cut. And it's another one of those situations where like, oh, it actually has the gravitas of the first Superman movie? How weird is that? That a
Yeah.
director created the unified vision across his two films.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Right. Yeah. And the Donner cut is the perfect example. That being said, like we'd be remiss to not point out like other like huge ones like I think of like fucking Citizen Kane, Orson Welles, right? Like his cut of Mr. Arcadian, which was infamously cut together by the studio after his death, and the ways in which the original movie has a completely he's the hero in the first version, in the studio cut version, but if you eventually watch the Orson Welles like hour longer version of the cut, he's actually the villain of the story in a weird way. Like it's more of an antagonist, I guess is what you would say. But there's that one, right? Like Bruce Lee's Game of Death, like again cut after his death. And I think that that's one of the weird things for me is that the outside of DC, which you pointed to with Superman and is clear here with this, the more often than not, the most egregious versions of like studios coming in and stopping a director are for two reasons. Something horrible has gone wrong with their relationship with that director, or the director has died. And I guess you could maybe cover one with the other. But anyway, but like the idea that but
Well,
the
unless
idea
the
that
studio
like I think
murdered
of
the
like Blade
director,
Runner.
Siege, and you're splashing around in dangerous
I
waters.
think with Blade Runner they might have kind of wanted to and anyway, but like but the idea of the studio stepping in and recutting a movie to the point where it's like the director disowns it is not unheard of, but more often than not it is done for a pretty tangible reason, right? Which is where I come back to the idea of like Snyder stepping away because of family trauma.
Right.
That was a very tangible reason for this to happen. But fans always want to ascribe some like mystical concept of like evil businessmen chomping cigars, and I'm not saying that those people don't exist. There are assholes in everywhere, and some of the biggest assholes are the ones at the top. Like I don't deny that there are horrible terrible people that are running Hollywood. We've learned it, if nothing we have learned that over the last decade, right? Like that's not a big reveal to me, but the idea that Zack Snyder made this movie, and now having seen this cut, Zack Snyder's cut of the movie, and WB taking one look at even just dailies and being like, "Holy fuck!" Like something something needs to be kind of cleaned up here. And then they're handed this idea that like he can't finish this film. Like what did like the only other option is to not make it. What Zack Snyder, let me put it this way, what Zack Snyder's cut of this film does for me proves that only Zack Snyder could have made that cut of this film, and to think that he could have should have continued in that exact moment in his life is fucking not fair to him. And like he hasn't even personally said that, and I don't want to like put words in his mouth, but like what a weird thing is to be like, no, put this movie on hold and then just wait for him to come back. Oh, okay, like you realize that could be indefinite, right? Whereas like Warner Brothers is like a money making venture, and they're just like, or we finish this fucking movie. Yeah, it's just so weird to me the amount of hatred and blame that gets put on WB, and doubly so the amount of hatred and blame that gets put on somebody like Joss Whedon. Which look, the guy's sucks. Like plain and simple. His treatment of actors and women at this point we have learned has been terrible. So like we're not gonna we're like that's not the conversation. The idea being that even at the time before we knew any of this horrible shit about him, to be like also fuck anybody that takes this thing over was essentially the idea was just horrible, man. And like it was really hard to not be like in that mindset while that movie was being taken in by culture.
Right. So I'd like to address a lot of the things that you've just said, but I think where I want to start is I said that this film changed my mind about Justice League.
Mm-hmm.
And what that did is make me realize that the 2017 released Justice League is kind of a garbage film. And we've talked about it here. Our second very special episode, we compared the trajectories of Marvel's cinema universe and DC's cinema universe and what they were trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And go back, listen to that one. I'm very proud of the work that we put in on that one, because at the end of the day, Warner Brothers with DC had a plan to play catch up with the Avengers after the fact, and try to do it as quickly as possible.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that they would just flush Zack Snyder when they have the opportunity and bring someone in to just get asses into seats while people are still interested makes total sense to me. And the fact that they would go to the guy who made Avengers and bring him in to say, finish this movie for us. We just want to make sure that people will see it. And like,
Who had a relationship with them before. That's
yeah,
the other thing is people have to remember about is that DC existed outside of the movies. So going to somebody like Joss Whedon was not just a no-brainer because of Avengers. He was also a writer for DC many times. He already had a relationship with the company.
right. Exactly. But I really, after watching the Zack Snyder Justice League and then going back and rewatching the Joss Whedon Justice League, what
Hmm.
I could stomach of it, and that's literally the word that I have to use, is that
Yeah.
like it was painful watching it. And it all comes into focus for me having rewatched all of the Marvel films last year during the quarantine, and specifically Avengers and Avengers Age of Ultron, and the
The
fact
Joss
that,
Whedon ones, right?
yeah, that Joss Whedon knows how to make one type of film. And that film is, I mean, especially with superheroes, he's made other stuff, whatever, but that film is the heroes don't get along until they do.
I love that. I don't disagree with that. I also don't hate that being a minor part, but when that is like the main plot, you are talking about Whedon through and through. Like, right? Like that's not just minor detail for him, that's always major. And I will point to, I will say this for all of the slack that I will give Zack Snyder and say that he's a director in need of an editor, right? I feel like Joss Whedon is a writer in the need of a director. Like he needs to have he needs to have somebody over him who has the ability to say, yeah, we're going to change that. Right. In both cases, they need that. I just think they need that in
They
different
both need
places.
editors, but one
Yeah.
needs a
Well,
film editor and one needs,
a script editor,
yeah,
right? Yeah, for sure, a script doctor, if you will.
yeah.
Hey, I'm out there. Anybody shoot me up on hit me up
We
on Twitter.
both are. Hire the
Uh,
Say Report to doctor your script today. We've seen the shit, so we can avoid your script becoming part of it
yeah,
or
yeah,
something.
no, but for sure, right? I like look, man, the glee I'm feeling right now as you sitting here talking about your issues with the first movie, like I can't describe it, but like you're totally right. Like the idea that going back and watching the theatrical cut, you now see exactly that. And you asked before we started, and I think it's only fair that we mention that we don't have like true documentation on this. But the going theory at the moment on 24/3/2021 of the year of our Lord, we have this idea that that at least 10%, somewhere in that vicinity, give or take a few percent, I will say, is the actual amount of
What's
original or theatrical cut footage versus what is in the rest of this movie. Is that the right
no,
metric?
ten
You
percent
correct it,
of
correct
what
it.
Zack Schneider had filmed
Is
for
what.
Justice League made it into Joss Whedon's version released in 2017.
And can we take a moment of silence for a couple of things that Sachin did like about the first movie, and actually, I believe, mentioned the things he liked about the first movie, and then apparently were not part of the original cut of this film. Two things in particular that I really want to point to. I joked about it earlier, but I actually really love the moment between Batman and Barry, Bruce and Barry, Batman and Flash, whatever, the, when he says "save one." And one of my biggest issues with both cuts of this film is that I was never truly clear on Flash whether or not he'd been a hero for a bit or not. Already has a suit, already has a semi-layer, but he is working by himself, all of that stuff, right? Like I wasn't ever clear on whether or not Barry Allen Flash had been a thing for a while or not. And that was driven even crazier by my rewatch of Batman v Superman when I realized that like they show him as if like he's never been a hero. He just has abilities, which I love. But then when you come into this movie, there's this idea that he's actually been a hero for a while. So like anyway, so
Well,
so
he's the one who put away Captain Boomerang in Suicide Squad.
It's Suicide Squad,
Yeah.
right? So
So
like in universe, there's like a lot of weird questions about that, and I really liked the establishment in the first movie of the idea that no, hardcore. This is the line. Flash is somebody that has beat up people. Flash is somebody that has like showed up to like stop a thing or two, but he's never been in a position where there's a quote unquote supervillain, let alone the fact that there's like 8 or 9 people to save. And so like Bruce turning to him and being like, just save one. Like just and you'll know from that moment on is I'm sorry, that's fantastic. Like that scene between Bruce and Barry, and there's a lot of implication in that scene that is not present in the Snyder cut. So I just want to say like goodbye to that because that scene's no longer here. And the other big one is the moment between Bruce and Diana where they're discussing why they're doing this. And like it connected things to Batman v Superman yet again in such a beautiful way, in the ways in which it was the first time that we truly understood how guilty Bruce felt for what he did in Batman v Superman. Specifically, he feels a lot of like guilt and moody anger and all that stuff. First of all, because he's Batman, that's just what Batman does. But also, like we get implications of like he has seen terrible things and he's done terrible things and he feels terrible. That's great, but connecting specifically his actions in BVS, like and killing Superman essentially, like it is imperative to why he cares about bringing Clark back in this, even in the Snyder cut version of this film. It's just so weird to not have that. And then like the ways in which he calls out Diana and her love for Steve and stuff like that whole scene with all of them there, and it was missed in this version. But those are two scenes that are no longer in this version that I feel like we should remember existed. Other than that, the rest of it is a bunch of Joss Whedon nonsense. I could almost tell you that I bet the thing you didn't love about the Joss Whedon version is the fucking like Russian family at Chernobyl or whatever the fuck.
completely unnecessary.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
like
Yeah.
when they tell you the name of the town, I'm like, oh yeah, that town is abandoned. I know that town is Pripyat is like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's the like weird ghost town of Chernobyl.
That
Despite
you're
the
allowed to go
fact
into,
that
right?
people live in Chernobyl, but
Yeah.
people do, but like Pripyat is just abandoned.
Right. And
Like,
so I will say this about that particular scene. I liked that scene I liked those scenes because it's multiple on a dumb level, and it is made all the more real by the Batman Superman Flash Superman moment at the end of the original cut that is again absent from this, but it isn't important enough for me to like really lose my shit about it. But it is a nice callback. Here's where Joss Whedon is a good writer, as much as you want to give him shit. The fact that it calls back to the moment where Superman reveals, I'm going to do this whole time, but the fact that Superman reveals when he first awakens, when Clark first comes back, that he's faster than the Flash right now. Not to be held into in the future, because at some point the Flash could easily become faster than Superman. But again, I live in a world in which Flash feels very new. So like he reveals that he's faster than Flash in that fight, and it's a god awful fucking great moment from Zack Snyder that I can't deny. That he like that moment when he looks at him and Flash is like, oh shit, and then they have their whole like high speed fight that is still in slow motion, but anyway, but a high speed fight, right? And then in the Joss Whedon version, that's recalled in them then working together to save people, and like that felt really good, and that is good filmmaking. As tropey and dumb and meaningless as the rest of that family stuff is, that moment felt pretty good. And like but like I called it, right? Like that shit is just so nonsensical in a film. Really, it is so 1990s action movie filmmaking that
right,
it's not anything that we do anymore.
we had this exact conversation all those years ago, and it's like that's supposed to make me realize that there are stakes. We put in a family that
Yeah,
represents everything so that we understand that the world is on the line because we've distilled it down to this one family. And just how absurd that is, that
yeah,
one family would get caught up in what Steppenwolf is doing there. Like, make it a village or whatever. It's so I was very happy to see that gone, and it confirmed that this was Joss Whedon. And I will give you the just save one. That was a nice moment, and that moment is gone in the Zack Snyder Justice League version.
yeah,
In
yeah,
fact, that whole sequence where Batman goes to get Barry and he's just like, yeah, no, I'm in. Like, there's nothing there. It's important into the story, into the narrative that Zack Snyder is putting together. That like he has to find somebody, right? It has to work on someone.
Right.
And Batman's whole argument is that these people are going to do the right thing because they know it's the right thing to do. That's the argument he tries to make to Arthur, that
Yeah.
like if you come, like Batman doesn't have an argument outside of you need to help me because you know it's the right thing to do.
Well, and I will say this, as a comic book nerd, that is a really beautiful sentiment from Bruce, because you only see it in things like Young Justice, or like in the Birds of, I forget what it's, Birds of Gotham, or like the Robin series, right? Like, but there are times when you see Bruce do that in the comics, and like and I really don't want to turn into that guy that's like, you got to read the comics to really truly understand what I don't like about this movie or whatever nonsense. But there is something very Batman-y about that, in it, where he is a guy trying to put a team together, and his idea is, I'm not going to put a team together of the strongest, I'm not going to put a team together of the baddest, although he does end up doing that sometimes, because sometimes he is the impetus for a Suicide Squad, depending on what timeline you're reading. But like, he there is something about him where he's always like, I'm looking for the people with the potential to do what's right. And that is so key to him, is the idea of the potential to do what is right. And again, it's his own moral compass. So I love that, because it was an understanding of DC characters that like I don't see everywhere in either version of this movie, and like especially not in Snyder's version. So the fact that that was missing was like a double whammy, because not only did I like the scene, but also like I really lost a lot of Batman being the guy being like, I need to put this team together because I won't always know what's right, and Soups won't always know what's right, obviously. So we need somebody around here that does. Like, that's key.
Yeah. And right. Sorry, I'm thrown off. I didn't. That was so beautifully put, Sachin, that you threw me off with it. So good on you, actually. Highest five. Um, sorry. Boo. But then also speaking on that scene that Bruce and Diana share, I hate that scene in retrospect because they're acting so defeated after what happened on Stryker Island, and like that's supposed to be the team's first big defeat, and the defeat came from the fact that we couldn't work together as a team, and that's
Yeah.
like Joss Whedon through and through. And then I'm
Yeah.
watching it in the Schneider cut, and I'm like, this is all the same stuff that happened in the Joss Whedon cut, and like they understand that what we did was good. We saved 9 people, and yeah, we're pissed that the bad guy got away, but
Yeah.
like that doesn't mean
Oh,
we need to disband.
I want something that's like a mashup of the two, because I think that you're talking about the scene that I ended up loving in this one for the cyborg of it all, which, man, we
He's
haven't even touched on
That's
that.
gonna be a
But
whole other part of this because
but
it's
but like that moment, right? So that moment in the Snyder version is replaced by this idea that the team is having a conversation, not just Bruce and Diana. Because that's the other thing, is I will definitely give you that the other big killer of that scene is that it's not about Cyborg, Flash, and Aquaman being there. It is purely a moment between the two of them that is for some reason playing out in front of the rest of the family, right? Like that is, and that's egregious.
yeah, it's
And so in this one, there is a conversation between the five of them about like, what are we going to do? And everybody gets a fair shot in the conversation.
yeah, and that right there was like enough for me because that was one of my big issues is that like Batman is doubting himself after being Batman for 20 years because like they didn't do everything. They didn't check
Yeah,
everything off on their to-do list tonight. Like, no, you take the win, you take the parts of it are a win, and then you assess the remaining problems. That's how Batman works. That's why he's
right.
the world's greatest detective.
So not, I don't want to focus too much on the old Justice
Yeah,
League. Like, I do want to get past that as much as we can. It's, I just wanted to point out those scenes, but I will like say like you can see it, any, if you're ever wondering if you're watching a Joss Whedon film, consider this: is there a team? If the answer yes, then is there a mommy and a daddy and then a group of kids? Then yes, and that is definitely what you see happen in the Whedon Justice League. And I don't want to keep calling it that because I don't think it was also, I don't want to blame it all on him. I don't want to lay it all at his
I
feet.
will. I'll totally lay it
Wait,
all
wait,
at
wait.
his feet. But
Just
continue. I'll
listen.
let you finish.
When Warner Brothers, and specifically the dude that's at DC Warner Brothers that I cannot fucking remember right now, and I'm killing myself for this, but there is a select group of people from Warner Brothers DC that are talking about like, we need to get back control of this universe, because let's not act like Justice League was the first time we were worried about the DC universe, right? Like the DC cinematic universe, or whatever it's called, entertainment universe. But anyway, extended,
DC
thank
extended
you.
universe.
Yeah, yeah. So the idea of like the movies being a risque proposition for DC going forward has been in the water since Man of Steel. Like they've been kind of on shaky ground the entire time. And so when this movie is coming around, what is looking like a biggest, craziest movie yet, and they've got the guy at the helm that has taken honestly the most slack out of any of their directors. As much as the guy has gotten probably the most praise out of any of their directors, he's also taken the most shit. And like take that one way or the other. But so they're eyeballing this movie, and so they put together a literal army of, at this point, what started out as like 10 to 12 possible writers and has now been revealed to possibly be hundreds if you consider the whole network of like punch-up directors and writers as well, and things like that. But so Joss Whedon is only part of that. And as I said, as a writer for DC, not surprised. So they probably had a bunch of like DC writers in there. I wouldn't be surprised if like fucking like Tom King had been in there at some point, right? Or some shit like that. Fucking Frank Miller probably had his hands on the script at some point. But like the idea that there's all of these people that are touching the Justice League script, not surprising. It's DC making a Justice League movie. I'd go out and touch every fucking writer I possibly could for this, right? Then like, and get that out there. And then this is what they get back, is they get back something that is vastly different from what Snyder wants to do, and they're realizing that they've got access to this pool of people that they can definitely bank on because they make money, versus this guy that might make money. It becomes Warner Brothers Studio is the one here that makes all these changes. They are the protagonist of this evil story. As much as Joss Whedon is definitely a tool of their destruction, and I'm not gonna deny that. I didn't like the first movie, so like as much as Joss Whedon is to blame for like the ways in which that movie is shaped, the ones that wielded him were Warner Brothers, and that cannot be denied. And people need to stop acting like Joss Whedon came in and ruined this movie when all he did was Warner Brothers gave to him a literal like typed out list of parameters for the film, and he was like, I could do that, and did it. The dude fucking just did his job. Like
and I will give you that argument. I obviously Warner Brothers are at the heart of it, the dark side of the story, right? Joss Whedon is just Steppenwolf.
Okay. All right, fine.
And I'm fine with that.
Right.
I get that. But where it really truly hit home was the 2017 is screenplay by Chris Terrio and Joss Whedon, and the Zack Snyder Justice League is screenplay by Chris Terrio, Zack Snyder, and Will Baker. And that right there, that it doesn't matter who else touched it, what was signed off on, what was transmitted to the world as the creative voice behind the screenplay for the film that you are watching is Chris Terrio and Joss Whedon. And if I were as invested in the story at the time, that right there would have been the moment when I had pause. Yeah. Like that would have done it. Because that right there means, okay, so none of this is Zack Snyder's. None of this is Zack Snyder's movie because it's not his script. It is someone else's screenplay. Chris Terrio was there, but Joss Whedon has come in and done enough changes to the material that it is a completely different screenplay credit. And that has to be based on Writers Guild of America, like, content information guidelines.
For sure.
Like,
no, yeah, I don't mean to like try and absolve Joss Whedon from anything. As I said, I didn't like the first movie, so like, and like, let's bring in the real world for a hot second. Everything we've learned about the way he behaved on this film, and everything we've now realized as he's always behaved, is atrocious. So like, fuck the dude. Like, this isn't about saving face for him. It's about not forgetting that there are other people involved in this.
Right. And I will say I do not regret that. I do not forget. I do not regret. But that single credit of who the screenplay was by is where I'm like, okay, after having watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, this film, this 2017 film that I saw in theaters 3 times and like really was like, I really enjoyed it. It connected with me. It does not exist in my mind anymore. It's
Right.
not erased from history, but Zack Snyder's Justice League is now my Justice League. And that is not something I thought I was going to say. It's not what I was prepared for when I wanted to watch it. I mean, I have to be honest, it took some doing to actually sit down and watch Zack Snyder's Justice League. Because I wanted to find 4 hours that I would not be disturbed for.
Right.
I didn't want to break it up. I wanted to make it as a cinematic experience as possible. And I was able to do that. But like, when I couldn't do that, I'm like, I can't watch this movie in parts. And that was before I even knew that it was broken up into parts in that way. And
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
and just hot off the heels of watching the Hateful Eight, Tarantino's Hateful Eight, and how it was broken up for Netflix, basically along the chapter lines, like, I could definitely do that with Justice League, knowing where the parts are. And if it were ever released that way, I think that a lot of people will finish this film. Because
Yes.
right now, as it was released like hours before we started recording, only a third of the people who've started Zack Snyder's Justice League have actually completed it.
Yeah. Okay. Dude, you've given me such a great segue, and I don't want to cut you off from this beautiful retort to all the bullshit I was saying. But I can't deny
No,
what you've just given me.
take the segue, because what I'm saying, my main goal right now, what I want to make sure I'm getting across is that this, like, by all intents and purposes, erased everything from the Joss Whedon version of Justice League from my mind.
Okay. I'm done with it. Like, I'm down with that. Let's wipe our hands of it. It's gonna come up again because
I
we're
know it
assholes.
is. It
But
has
like,
to.
but like, this is the moment that we are gonna stop ourselves. But you talking about the idea of how this movie was released, there is something we have to kind of like dial way the fuck back, way before any of this Justice League nonsense even started, Dev. And that was when streaming services started to come to be. And the idea that, hey, we're going to make original content and that's going to compete with the likes of HBO and Showtime and well, that's fucking great. What are you going to do with no audience? Oh wait, you have a huge audience. And then, like, oh my god, the Say Report is born. And the idea that we are like, man, it'd be really great if there was some way that we could fucking tell whether or not shit was like being watched anymore, right? Because we used to rely on things like Box Office Mojo and like, hey, how's it doing on things like Rotten Tomatoes and Metacritic? Oh, it's filled with a bunch of trolls, assholes, and liars now, and like, oh, like that none of that it works anymore. There has been a small little company that's been kind of working their way up the ranks that has actually been doing a fucking damn good job of solving that problem for us, Dev. I have never heard of this company until this came out, until the Justice League, Zack Snyder's Justice League came out, because I was interested in like, are there watch numbers available for this? It turns out that there is a company that was founded back in 2008 that at the time was called the most amazing of names, and why they ever changed it, I don't know, was called Flingo.
I love that. I love Flingo.
Right, fucking Flingo.
Off
What do you-
mic, we're going to talk about how we invest in this company, but
Yeah,
continue.
I know, right? So Flingo is now Samba TV. Like, so just to kind of get us up to date on the business side of things, they've been doing very well for themselves. Their specific thing is that they figured out ways in which to record the watching of films on TV, like streaming. Sorry, like how to trap into blah, 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 blah. Strap into, that's a whole other conversation. Tap into streaming services, right? And what they've actually developed a method that is so good and so precise that they can now apply it to basically anything on your TV. So like they can tell like what video game you've started and things like that. On top of that, because of their methods, and I have like a weird amount of detail on their methods, but like they can tell how much of a movie you watch, like whether or not you skip around, whether or not you turn it off for a bit and come back, when you come back, how often you rewatch, things like that. They've been able to figure out a way to like fucking get down to the minutia of exactly how we're streaming our content. And it is fucking creepy on a level that I both hate and cannot deny the sick little like masochistic part of me loves. They have figured out a way to get into your smart TV and actually keep an eye on your pixels specifically.
Jesus.
And they have an algorithm set up for a movie that's like, okay, on this type of TV, it would be these, this is what the pixels would look like. If you pick up this specific sequence of pixels, record it. And then we'll know how long somebody's been watching or playing a thing or like streaming a thing through any service. And so they also can tell if you don't watch on your TV directly, like if you don't have like a Roku hooked up or like a Roku TV, but if you have, for say like me, where if you're streaming off your phone and you're streaming to your TV, it can still pick that up because it's measuring the pixels on your smart TV. It's fucking crazy. And they've been doing this since 2008. And this is the secret. This is the thing that like people have been kind of trying to figure out for a while, like how do we judge this stuff? And it turns out that Samba TV, formerly Flingo, rest in peace Flingo.
R.I.P.
like
Flingo.
but this is how we do this, right? Like this is how we kind of measure like what's going on with stuff. And companies have been using this company for years. Samba TV is embedded with stuff. So there's a couple of caveats, obviously, like let me get the like lines out of the way. First of all, they only work with specific smart TVs. So like if you own a Vizio or a Samsung or I can't think of another, or Roku TV. TLC is actually the ones that make Roku TVs. I think they have contracts with specific companies to be allowed to be in there like measuring the pixels, and that's all that they measure, they say. But that's a argument for another day. But like they say that like we have agreements with specific companies to get in and measure the pixels on this particular TV. So there's 1,000 different ways that they may be missing you, right? Like with that, they don't know. They also their algorithm could be shoddy because one of the big things is that they're kind of the only ones that I could find that are doing this right now. And one of the big things that we always learn is like first one in the door was not always doing it best, right? So like God knows what their numbers actually mean, and they account for that. Like they do the good business thing where there's like a margin of error 5% on these things, right? So Samba TV has been tracking stuff for years. And it is amazing because that means something for us as the Say report going forward. Like these are kind of the guys to go to. The problem is that Samba TV puts out so much information that it's very easy to misinterpret. And this is why I wanted you to, and this is your reminder to remind me to say fuck Screen Rant.
Okay.
Yeah. So Samba TV puts out numbers. People read those numbers and they use them to very like really important consumer information needs. Like I will point to the good one tonight is going to be Deadline. I really appreciate that Deadline like lays out just kind of cold hard facts about numbers and not just like, hey, these are good numbers, let's pretend what they mean. And that's where fucking Screen Rant comes into play. Because fuck me, Screen Rant was like all over the place, and so this weekend Justice League comes out, numbers start to kind of come out, people are starting to talk about them and talk about like how's it doing. I mean, like it's a big thing, we kind of have to talk about it, right? Screen Rant is all over the fucking place this weekend, and they're just their whole thing of just like it's doing better than all of these other Justice League style movies. Wonder Woman 84 blown out of the water, what the like all of this shit. Oh wait, we there's a whole other story here that's about how it's maybe not doing as good as we would have hoped. But do they mention each other? No. So it was kind of that realization for me that there's like this level of journalism now that's kind of between like just like rags, but also then quality. Like there's this kind of like clickbaity, I guess would be the best term for them.
The term, yeah.
Yeah. And we have kind of offhandedly joked about Screen Rant being shit before, but this was the weekend that made me realize how much they specifically and others like them, but they specifically kind of really lead to that like toxic relationship that the fans kind of have, because it's that classic story of like the online zine that kind of just starts to become super problematic and as it gets more mature because it latches on to its particular type of listener. And like it feels like Screen Rant really kind of leaned into the Snyder cut nonsense for years, and I'll still call it nonsense despite the fact we now have it, because it only exists because of the nonsense. We wouldn't have had this movie if it wasn't for the guys online, led by groups like Screen Rant, really kind of talking about the idea of the Snyder Cut and never letting it go. And like, it was never more clear to me the idea that they were only ever doing it just for just views, because this weekend they were publishing stuff left and right about how this was kind of the like the failure, this was the success that we always wanted, here's why this always came to be. Like they were all over this thing in a way where it felt like they were like a 90s trade for the movie as opposed to like an actual online source of news. And it was just kind of weird because the ways in which they quoted Samba, and they were using Samba TV's numbers, knowing full well that Samba TV has put out all of these caveats. One of the other caveats we didn't talk about is that Samba will release numbers in real time, and what that means is that if you want to, you can jump in right when a movie starts and get some pretty impressive numbers. And that's important if you're a marketer for like Disney or Warner Brothers, right? Like you want to jump in right at the beginning when everybody's there, ready to watch, popcorn in hand. But the problem is that they also record later on in the film, and they point out like when people drop out, when they come back, if they come back. So one of the other big things that happened this weekend is that, as you mentioned earlier, for all of the people that started this movie, 1.8 million people, as by their records, again, only on TVs that they could measure, there were only a third of those people that bothered to watch kind of to the end of the film. And there's like a cutoff point that they give where they say we kind of stopped counting after like 3.5 hours because even we couldn't watch the whole thing. But like the idea that they were like they were counting the whole time. And it, so at first when the numbers came out, it was like, hey, they're like, look at all the people watching this movie. And then all of a sudden, like it's 4 hours later, hey, look at all these people that didn't finish it, was kind of the news. But Screen Rant jumped on all of those numbers, and it was kind of really weird as somebody that was trying to track what was going on this weekend. You know, I will say specifically for the show, not everybody does this, but seeing them in real time be shitheads was kind of eye-opening for me about the way the media kind of really has a hand in this whole fucking Snyderverse story.
I'm glad to know what you wanted to complain about Screen Rant for. I wanted to complain about specifically the article that Screen Rant published called Things That Marvel Did First That DC Would Have Done First If They Hadn't Gotten Rid of Zack Snyder.
It feels like that feels like a cracked article. Are you sure you read that on Screen Rant?
This was on like Screen Rant. I double checked it before we recorded. And it talks about the fact that, you know, Darkseid destroyed the universe. Thanos destroyed the universe before Darkseid, but it could have been Darkseid. And the DC superheroes could have used time travel to save the day. And I'm just like, okay, so this is all fine and good. And I'd be lying if I said there wasn't moments during the film where I'm like, oh, that happened in the Marvel movies. Did that happen in the script that Zack Snyder wrote in 2016 for Justice League? Or
yeah.
Because that can't be the case, right? Like, it can't actually be this case where, because then the implication there would be fucking terrifying. Because it feels like to me that what the narrative of that article and the thought process was is that Joss Whedon got himself into that room, got his hands on that script, and then went back to Marvel and said, here's all the stuff that Zack Snyder was going to do that I'm not going to put into Justice League. I would like a gold statue erected to me.
This is what I'm talking about. Don't make him the villain. I feel like
I'm not trying to make him the villain. It's just like he also had ties to Marvel a year before he goes and makes this. And then and I'm not saying I'm not trying to make the villain. I'm saying that like articles like this harp on that point that like stuck in my craw just a little bit watching the film. Like, wow, is this really like this is exactly the plot of Endgame? This is exactly the plot of Infinity War. Like, is it just Zack Snyder being like, well, those worked, I'm going to put them into my cut of Justice League? Because an hour into the recording is not the time to admit this, but this is not just the footage that Zack Snyder had. Like, he added stuff. We know that he shot and recreated things using CGI.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So here's a distinction that needs to be made at some point, and now's as good a time as any. So as far as reshot human footage, supposedly, according to Zack Snyder, based on an interview he did last week with Screen Rant, he talked about the idea that and I believe his wife backed him up on this, who's an executive producer on all of his stuff. She's just as much a part of his filmmaking as he is, and should not be denied.
Deborah
pointing
Schneider.
That out.
I'll give her a name.
Yeah, thank you. So he points out that the only reshoots, and again she backed him up, that it was just the epilogue. Everything else was stuff that he shot and then was left on the floor. Now, that being said, there's a lot of this movie that is CGI. That sure as fuck wasn't shot. So yes, as much as he said, like, nope, everything else was already made beforehand, this is what they made me leave behind, you need to pay attention to when scenes are probably just computer-generated nonsense, because odds are that didn't exist yet. So like that stuff didn't exist. So as much as people are like, oh man, 3.5 hours of this movie that existed beforehand, and it's like, no. It was probably, I'll give you, probably well over 2 hours of footage. But there are movies that famously do 2.5 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes of footage and cut down to an hour and 30. Like that's filmmaking. I mean, like, it sucks sometimes as an artist, but like, that's movies.
I mean, on the heels of the fact that his ultimate version of Watchmen is 3 hours and 35 minutes long, and the ultimate version of Batman versus Superman is also around 3 hours long.
Wait, and you have to actually be specific. Ultimate version of Watchmen is 6 hours long because it also includes the animated Black Sail one. The director's cut version is 3.5 hours long.
Okay. Well, they were talking about that. They've been saying that this, like, that was the longest one, and now it is Zack Snyder's Justice League, which is the official title. Just to be that guy right now.
The ultimate cut of Watchmen should be pointed out is a fan edit, I believe, that is not truly available as like an actual 6-hour purchase, but you could sure as fuck find it online somewhere.
Yeah, that's true. But the last one that was like co-scripted and released by Warner Brothers in some form was 3 hours and 35 minutes long. Yep. And then the Batman versus Superman, that was 3 hours. So I can believe that there was 3 hours of Justice League footage. And a lot of it, like, let's talk about, I think it's time to talk about the cyborg in the room. I think it's time to talk about the character who in the 2017 film is just kind of there.
Yep. I'll give you that.
Just kind of there.
Yep. He is one of two people that are just kind of there, but yes, he is relegated to just kind of there.
Well, is the other one the Flash?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, because we talked about it, and then there is a scene in the Zack Snyder Justice League that is everything that we talked about that was wrong with those two characters is alleviated by that scene. And it really kind of felt like we were somehow in the editing room for it.
It was ice on the wound, but it was not healing. We'll talk about it. But yes, yeah. But okay. So Flash and Cyborg, more of them in this movie. Not enough of Flash. Let me just get that out of the way right now. I want a Flash movie to get more of him. A little creeped out by the slow motion scene, I'm going to be honest. But other than that, like, excited that there was more Flash. I need more of him before I can buy his quippy attitude. Like for everybody that talked about the Joss Whedon one being too quippy, and yes it is. I'm not going to argue that. But man, there were a lot of really quippy, nonsensical jokes from Barry that made it really confusing to tell whether or not he was good at this or not. Like his like weird attitude in this movie that I've never truly seen on a Barry Allen before made it really hard for me to figure out if he was supposed to be like a freshman or a fucking senior. Like I couldn't figure it out.
All right, I need to take a step back to the slow motion scene because I
Hmm.
want to make sure that we're talking about the same slow motion scene.
Okay.
Apologies
Any slow
to
motion
Victor
scene.
Stone,
Oh
but
my God.
let's finish. Let's get the Flash out of the way.
Yes. No, but the slow mo. Okay. First of all, Zack Snyder's thing is slow mo. I don't want to reduct him to that because there's a lot of other things about him. But if somebody ever said to anybody, "What does Zack Snyder do in a movie?" Oh, makes it go slow is going to be their answer, right? Like that's
I
his
mean, I've
thing.
seen 300. You're
I
not wrong.
I can't I can't express to you the like I know that it is a trope to make somebody feel like they're going fast by making them move in slow motion. I think the perfect balance was approached by the DreamWorks classic Over the Hedge, in which when the squirrel goes fucking speed like run, he is he is moving at normal speed but choosing to just stride through the flowers in that scene, and so he's not going in slow motion but moving slow because he can. That was the most perfect version of this trope ever done on screen.
That's sweet. His
All
name is
right,
Hammy. He's voiced
thank
by
you,
Steve Carell.
Steve Carell.
One
Yep, it's
day,
yeah,
one day we need to do an Over the Hedge episode
not without
because
Pat Boss.
oh,
That's my caveat. and, and
all
he
right,
knows
but I'm
nothing.
flattening your tire.
Yeah.
If that there's my caveat.
But anyway, so the idea of doing flash scenes and to show he's going fast, it's things are going to go slow is not unusual. It's just I think this is something that's emblematic of Zack Snyder as a whole as a director. And fuck me, I could do a whole podcast on that, but we're doing too many
Aren't we?
already.
Aren't we already?
Like
Oh, you mean just
I
Zack Snyder?
no, no. I mean, I could do a 5 year podcast about talking about Zack Snyder as a director and like the ways in which man, he loves a trope. But that's like, again, that's super reductive. But like, but this is an example
I
of
mean,
that.
not to harp on the joke, but you could see if Pat Boz is available.
I, um, but there's this idea that like, there's this idea that he's going fast, everything's slow. So he then goes in slow motion. So like, that's a knife in my back in this scene. And we're talking about the iris scene that I didn't know was an iris scene until the credits. I'm not gonna lie. He walks into a store, a pet store, and is like sees a cute girl walk out, does a very young adult thing, leads to the whole I can't tell if Barry's a hero or not yet, where he awkwardly gawks at her as she leaves. She gets in her car, drives off. She gets into a car accident. Things go into slow motion because Flash is going to save her, right? Like Barry's going to do his thing. So I'm already like, great. So we're gonna watch a slow mo scene. Not only is this a slow mo scene by Zack Snyder, but it's a slow mo scene to show a speedster. I just love like you have pointed out before the way that
Tropes on
Marvel,
tropes on tropes.
but you have pointed out like Fox Marvel, like in the ways in which they handled the Quicksilver scenes and how you really feel like those are really like highlights of those movies because of how funny and good they are because of the ways that they handle like fast travel. This movie doesn't do that. This movie goes into the most like 1950s version of what slow motion must have looked like. And then you add to that he like starts getting really handsy with a woman
Why
that
does he touch her hair? Why
I
the
don't
fuck does he touch
I
her hair? That's all. I'm sitting here vibrating fast enough for me to possibly like
go through matter. Yeah.
break the light. Like, oh my god! Just like, why did he touch her hair? This is awkward. I'm sitting there watching it, and I'm just like, why? Why is this happening? What?
Yeah.
How
Weird.
is he gonna? How is he gonna explain this to this girl? Like,
Again, this is Zack Snyder. Like here's the thing about this movie that we really haven't kind of talked about, but like this is a movie where Zack Snyder has no place to hide. This is entirely on him. You want to take the first movie, you want to take 2017, is that what the year is?
2017, yeah.
Yeah, of Joss Whedon's cut of this movie and say that's all on Joss Whedon, then you have to admit that this movie's all on Zack Snyder.
And I will. I
And
gladly will.
and this is classic for him, right? not only is the filming style classic, like let's do slow-mo, a bunch of wire work and oversaturate everything, boom, there's a movie. But like there's this idea that th- there's this there's this masculinity that somebody better than this better at this than me would probably call toxic, right? Like it is something, there is something there that is squishy. I won't go so far as to call it toxic, but there's a squishiness to the ways in which he handles gender, sexuality, power, like all of that stuff in all of his movies, dating all the way back to Dawn of the Dead, with a phenomenal cast, a wonderful female lead. It's one of the rare like horror female leads that like kicks ass as opposed to is just a victim just running the entire time. Like he is able to instill this sense of I'm trying behind all of this. It even bleeds into some of the cyborg stuff we have yet to talk about, in which he is really trying to get like different faces on screen. And like, right, like he is trying so fucking hard, but like every dad from the 90s, he's just not quite getting it every step of the way, right? And so like this moment is supposed to be this like noble thing that Barry does with for this person that he's only just met and like barely met because they just passed each other walking out the door. But at the same time, it's supposed to be this like love at first sight thing. There's ways to do that that are not fucking creepy, but he always finds a way.
Well, it's the one person that he saves, Sejin. This scene, right? So we have to imagine on some level that this existed in Zack Snyder's original screenplay. And it is that
According to him,
one.
it did.
What?
According to him, at this point in time, it did. Like
Right.
we are supposed to believe it did.
Yeah.
Right?
So
Yeah.
we have to believe that that's the case. And I have to imagine that Joss Whedon saw it and was like, all right, rather than having him save one person, we're going to have that be like a metaphorical thing that he has to do, and Batman's going to tell it to him.
Yeah.
And that is why, and of all the things that I have erased from the 2017 version of this, that is why I will let that one thing slide. Because I have seen the world in which Barry saves one person, and it makes no sense.
Right.
That whole sequence, as even like just as fucking insane as it is that he brushes the hair out of her face, like insane. The fact that he turns and the act of him moving so fast blows his shoes up. And then he breaks the glass of the pet store that he's applying to get a job at with a crumpled up page bitten resume.
And like I again, another thing that implies that he is really young and not quite the Barry Allen that we know and love, right? Like he is this kid figuring it out. Anyway, but I want to point out the glass pointing because you pointed it out. It has been looked at as this beautiful thing that Zack Snyder did, and it's going to be one of those things that people remember him for, and I think he deserves it. I like that's what I want to say. I want to make sure that I do not shit on him this entire time because I'm going to talk about how much I don't like this movie the rest of it.
Okay, cool. I
But I
just
like
feel
that.
like
I like that moment where he breaks the glass. But it then leading to that moment with what I then learned to be Iris in the street was like so uncomfortable because everything up until that moment I was on board with like young Barry Allen only just got his powers, doesn't know how to handle himself, fucks up his shoes, breaks the glass, and then only saves Iris in a very creepy way. I was like, no.
yeah, I don't. Oh,
Yeah,
it's just. But then but I'm also the asshole thinking like, well, he can't get this job, right? Like
exactly.
he's not gonna get this job. Also, he's kind of a dick for breaking the glass. Like, open the door.
Oh
Do
yeah,
you
no,
not
he
have the
doesn't.
time to open the door?
Well, apparently in high speed you can't open doors. Things are just still, and I will give them that. This is me being generous. Hear
You were
me being
being
generous to Zack
listen to
Snyder.
you being generous to Zack Snyder. And then
But
let's also not forget the fact that he steals a hot
a hot
dog.
dog. I was just about to point that out. The fucking hot dog joke. Again, you want to tell me how fucking you don't like Joss Whedon being jokey with his Justice League, and then shit like this happens. I will take a fucking like eye roll Joss Whedon quip over a upsetting comment to a woman any day.
Yeah, I don't. Oh, I don't like if he had eaten the hot dog, I'd get it. It'd play into the later thing that he's like a black hole for snacks, a snack
Yes.
hole. Like, oh
Yeah.
man, I was not prepared to move super fast this morning. I'm gonna need to eat 8 hot dogs.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Thumbs
yeah,
up.
exactly.
Uh,
Exactly. That's a level of that's a level of invested in this character that I don't think Snyder is capable of as a writer.
okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's but then he uses the hot dog to calm down the dogs. I don't know. That is a scene I'm so happy that so much happens after that scene that like it becomes a scene that I'm not bothered by.
The last thing I will say before we move on to Cyborg, because the dude needs his due. I mean,
Yeah.
just like this movie gave him his due.
Yeah.
But I will say this as a owner of a dog that barfs when she eats beef, like don't just feed the dog mystery meat off the street. You don't fucking know shit about any of those dogs. Anyway,
Yep.
anyway.
Okay. So now here's the transition point, and that's that when we first talked about this film, we said that Cyborg and Flash should have been like Donatello and Michelangelo in the 1990 Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie, where they're
Yep.
almost a Greek chorus because they're kind of new and, you know, they haven't really been there yet the way that the film is telling us about these
in
characters.
in that version of the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I stand by that in the Joss Whedon version of the film.
I
But
agree. So then when they're digging up Kal-El's body, or Clark Joseph Kent, which like who names that kid Clark? I guess because Clark Gable at the time. That whole interaction was them being Donatello and Michelangelo from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles movie.
yeah,
Like in just every
in
single
the
way.
original. Well, so what's weird is that shot is in the original cut. Well, not that exact shot. Actually, 180 from that, but that's a dumb like film thing that no only film nerds care about. But the idea is that like there is a moment of that in the Joss Whedon one, but the conversation is, well, first of all, it's dumb to begin with. It's meaningless to begin with. It's just to kind of build like love for the characters, and then turns into the creepy Joss Whedon moment of like Flash asking about Wonder Woman, and then in the Zack Snyder cut, there's like meaningful conversation, a joke about Wonder Woman. Still not happy about that, but then the turn to Wonder Woman and Aquaman that wasn't in the Joss Whedon one, and just another moment that I enjoyed. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, no, I liked it. Also, the first time that Diana has been called Wonder Woman in the DC Extended Universe.
And I'm glad Jason Momoa. Did I do that right?
No, it's not Momoa who says it. It's
Oh, he's not the
Flash.
one.
It's
Oh, I
Flash.
thought it was.
He says, "Do
Oh,
you
I thought it
think?
was when the two of them. But yeah, for
Yeah,
a second I
do you
thought I
think
got
Wonder
Jason's
Woman
last name.
would date younger guys?"
Yeah, 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 yeah,
She's 500 years old, so
yeah. That's the line I was talking
every
about.
guy
Still
is
kind of
younger than
uncomfortable.
her. Yeah,
Ah,
no,
fuck.
still kind of uncomfortable, but the first time that she has been called Wonder Woman. So, like,
Interesting.
think about that.
Yeah. So, just going to take a moment here because we are talking about this kind of really good moment between Wonder Woman and Aquaman. But the Joss Whedon cut of this movie, he's so much more charming. I think in this one, he's still I think he catches a lot of shit for some of the facts that like I'm trying to think of a really nice way to say this. Here's how I'm going to say this. You all know my love for Keanu Reeves. Keanu Reeves does really well within a small slice of personalities. I think if Keanu Reeves works within his genre, he is he you can't fight him. Like he's always going to win, right? Like that's the deal. The second he starts trying to do something that's outside of his realm, that's when things start to get a little squishy, all right? And so so there is something to be said for Jason, right? Jason, man, it is Momoa,
Jason
right?
Momoa.
I'm really worried I'm not saying it right, and I really want to get that right because I really respect him. Because I think that when he is doing his thing, as somebody that has loved him since Stargate, I think that when he's really in his zone, he is he is somebody that's really charming and fun to watch, a la like Dwayne Johnson. But unlike Dwayne Johnson, like you push him out of his comfort zone and it gets kind of hard to watch sometimes. And I feel like the first version, Whedon's version, really found a sweet spot for him where he was really fun to watch. He was really charming on screen and I wanted more of him and then I got it. And I think that as much as I disliked Justice League, the studio cut, the I really don't want to call it the Whedon cut, but the studio cut,
What it is.
it made me really exciting. It made me really excited for Aquaman, and then like I enjoyed Aquaman in a specific way because of that. I don't know if I would have enjoyed Aquaman so much if this is the version of Aquaman that I got beforehand.
That's interesting because this film, the Zack Snyder version, does a lot of heavy lifting to set the stage for the Aquaman film.
Yes, in truth, with Amber Heard and Willem Dafoe showing up and stuff,
And
right?
also comments about his brother being a ruthless leader.
This leader, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
like, and take
yeah,
up your mother's trident, and all of this stuff that is like, oh wow, I this led into Aquaman in a way that I kind of miss. I'm kind of disappointed that this was taken from me.
yeah.
Um, but the thing about Aquaman in the DC extended universe is clearly, even though it shouldn't be, his XP is Thor.
Thor. I mean, Thor. It's Thor in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's Thor in a
even to
heartbeat.
the point, even to the point where he runs away to a Nordic village.
Yeah. Like he's Thor. And I
Yeah.
get that. And I get that it's Thor. Even though in a lot of ways, like, Thor and Wonder Woman would make more sense because they're both gods
Oh, in a heartbeat.
of thunder and lightning.
But God forbid we compare Thor to a woman, although God, love and thunder. But anyway,
Yeah.
but there's this idea that he's definitely Thor to the point where like there's some times where they don't treat him like Aquaman in this movie, and I'm thinking specifically of the very end of this film in which we know from the Aquaman movie that his dad basically lives like on a waterfront, and that's kind of how the whole thing kind of gets started. It's like his mom meets his father like living on this waterfront.
He lives in a lighthouse.
Why does he drive off in a car? It will probably be much faster and quicker for Aquaman to just go in the water, right? He's like, I'm gonna go see my dad, and then he gets in a truck and drives off, and I'm like, that's gonna take you a little long there, bud. Like,
Okay, so actually, I could tell you why.
yeah,
I
why?
can tell
Why
you
is that?
100% why. Because his father represents the human part of him, and so he's going to approach his father as a human, not as an Atlantean.
Okay, okay,
So if I'm going
okay,
to see my
okay.
father, I'm going to acclimate to being human again.
This isn't the hill I'm gonna die on, so sure.
But
Okay.
I mean, there's my explanation. There's my Marvel No Prize submission
You
for
know what I
why
would think
he
is a better explanation? Because he's a fucking alcoholic and he wanted to finish that drink. like that. That would have been a much better
can't
one.
drink underwater unless you can make one of those weird bubbles so we could talk. I don't know. But that's it. But the unfortunate problem is DC so badly wants to replicate the Avengers in their films.
Yes.
Like that is their goal. And you see a lot of the problems with that. Like why people are just childish or like freshman heroes, as you've called it, which is just beautiful, beautiful, beautiful language. Weirdly also makes the Flash Hawkeye, which is weird.
Maybe I was thinking more of a Peter Parker, but yeah, I will see like in original Avengers if we're doing
You
Whedon and
have,
Whedon,
yeah,
right? Yeah, 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 for
and,
sure.
and you definitely see that in the fact that Flash is the only one who ever gets damaged in the Zack Snyder cut.
Yes.
Like, and that's a big part of his character is that like he's not bulletproof the way that everybody else is. And
Yeah, I gotta say one of the things that came around for me was there's a lot of nonsense about time travel, and God fuck me if we have to get into that. That's another hour of the show. But like, there's a lot of that, right? But there's this thing for me, and it feeds into the idea that he's new to this, where he kind of has to go back for like a second, right? And he gets injured, and it leads to that. And if the entire movie had been Whedon's vision, let's just buy into that,
Mhm.
Whedon's vision, of him being new to this. The idea that this is kind of his first outing as like a superhero, as opposed to just like I'm stopping a guy from just robbing the convenience store. Like he's actually going in against like ultimate villains, right? Like there's this. So it, that moment would have meant more to me if this was something that felt like this was kind of like huge for him. But at that point in the Snyder cut, I am so confused about whether or not he is new to this or not that like I was like, as far as I know, he's gonna just do this because he's done it before. I think did he has he not? Because he makes it sound like he's done it, but like it's so I still don't know in the Snyder cut where he fucking stands on the scale of like freshman to senior. Like I don't really know.
Yeah, he's kind of a sophomore, if I had to be completely honest with it. He
Okay,
understands
great. What's well, yeah? Tell me
he
how. Tell
understands
me.
enough about his powers that like he can have rules like I don't approach the speed of light because things can get weird when I move that fast. So like he's had his powers long enough where like he could develop a suit that doesn't get destroyed by him using them, and he has rules that will eventually be broken. And the breaking of those rules are what will make him a senior, to use your weird freshman to senior thing. So
Yeah,
that's
keep
why I put
going.
him in the sophomore thing. He
Okay.
also has enough understanding of his power that like I should be able to use the speed force as a way to heal my wounds. I should be able to concentrate the speed force to certain locations on my body to aid in the healing, like
I
speeding that up.
I love that. I really do love that. And I think that like I get that. Like that's kind of where I kind of landed on all of it. But this comes back to kind of something I said earlier on. I need a Flash movie before this. I don't want a Flash I want a Flash movie now to fill in the blanks, but like I really kind of wanted a Flash movie a year ago. You know what I mean? Like
Well, I think
it's the Warner Brothers trying to leapfrog Avenger like a Marvel, right? Like that's that it's that whole idea that like DC's like we can do this and we can do this faster and they skip to Avengers. I think there's like documented cases of like people being like, you know how Marvel does a solo movie and then they come together? Well, why don't we instead do a movie where they're all together and then we break them apart?
that was
Like
their
it,
plan. That
like that's the plan, and that's pretty clear from a lot of what's going on, right? And and that doesn't work for me, plain
no,
and simple.
and I understand why it wouldn't work for you. But that's like the reason why I make him Hawkeye, because I need to finish what I was gonna say about Aquaman and your issues with him in the Zack Snyder cut. And the fact is, even though all of them have their XPs to the Avengers of the original Avengers film, right?
Yep.
They all
Yep.
have their one-to-ones. The issue is where the issue stands is even though Superman is Captain America, we need to make him different from Captain America. We
Yeah.
need to make Batman different from Iron Man. So Aquaman is Thor, but he cannot be like lighthearted and jolly and kind of comedic.
Yeah.
Everything that represents Thor in our Thor needs to be the opposite.
Yeah.
The Justice League, to
Yeah.
fucking just crib
So
from
good.
DC,
It's
are the
so good.
Bizarro Avengers.
Yes. They're just like they need to be the Avengers, but different. They need to be Thor,
Black
but different.
Widow, no powers. Wonder Woman, all the
All the
powers.
powers. It's exactly that, man.
It's exactly
Yeah,
that.
it's exactly that. Yeah, and like and it makes for a much more tolerable movie. It's just the problem that I have is okay. We need to talk about Cyborg because we need to talk about the idea of what this movie is attempting to do before I start talking about why it doesn't work for
Oh
me.
yeah. So let's
So
bring it to the
yeah,
Hulk of this film,
okay,
because he
okay.
is a
I
monster
well, yeah, okay.
created by
I
science.
I get that. I get that. I'm seeing why you're calling him the Hulk of this movie. I wish the Hulk was as central to the Avengers as he is to this movie.
Well, weirdly, he is. I don't know the last time that you've watched the Avengers film, or at least the two of them, like Avengers and Age of Ultron. But like the reason why I call Barry and Victor Clint and Bruce is because they are the ones who are officially introduced to the universe in Justice League.
Yeah,
Just
all right.
like Hawkeye and Bruce, even though they existed in small ways. I mean, it's fucking 1-to-1. Let's talk about it, because Flash puts away Captain Boomerang and Suicide Squad, and Hawkeye is fighting against Thor
Yep.
in Thor. So like it really is almost 1-to-1. And Cyborg comes in as this new character who like is sort of central to the plot and what's going on. Like the big thing, like Loki wants the Hulk. That's his whole fucking goal. Is he wants to bring out the Hulk and then mind control the Hulk.
And what's key to that movie, if you pay attention, is Bruce being part of the solution a lot of the time
Yeah.
in what he figures out with Tony and stuff like that. So the Hulk is Loki's key, and the fact that Bruce is the Avengers key, and that it is actually a huge part of the Hulk's story going forward. Yeah.
Oh, I used Bruce because there are two Bruces, but I meant Bruce Banner, not Bruce Wayne.
Yep.
Sorry, just making
Hey,
sure.
that's what I meant when I said Loki. When I said Loki controlled him, I sure as fuck didn't mean Bruce Wayne.
I just wanted to make sure because you said it, and I'm like, oh, that could be misconstrued. Because Victor, in a lot of the same ways as the Hulk, and how he's key to the story, like he's the one who figures out what's going to be done. He's the one who has semi-knowledge about what the staff is.
Oh my god, man! I have visions in my head of Cap and the Hulk working together to break apart the boxes at the end,
Yeah.
and like that's my wet dream right now.
Exactly. Like he's the only one strong enough to hold them.
Oh my
But that's the thing.
God.
But that's it. So Victor Stone in this film, right? He is
Yeah.
introduced, and he is the monster of the group.
He's
Everybody
the
else,
Frankenstein.
yeah,
He is a 1-to-1 Frankenstein in the Zack Snyder version of the story, and that is me saying that. Who likes that? Like that's the kind of like shallow shit I can get behind. Like I'm a monster, so clearly it's a Frankenstein story. Okay, let's do Frankenstein then. So he like hulks around the streets and stuff. It's so good.
way to
It's
use
so...
Hulk again, right?
Yeah.
He is. He really is. Nice
Ding,
job.
ding, ding. Ah, save for the day.
I'm always half machine. That's my secret.
Oh God, fuck.
So
Yeah, okay.
So
But yes, so he's kind of the heart of this film in a way that I appreciate.
in a way that Zack Snyder said, Cyborg is the heart of this film.
Yeah.
And we're like, is he? Because we saw what was released in 2017, and then we sat, we watched 4 hours, and we're like, yeah, no, he was, right? And Ray was not kidding when he said Joss Whedon did him dirty.
It's at this point where I'm going to point to my board. I sent you a picture of my board earlier today, but I've been having a lot of thoughts and feelings since watching this, and I realized the only way I was going to be able to live my life and not constantly think these angry thoughts in my head is I'm going to put them on a whiteboard. And on my whiteboard, there is a straight up comment that says, "Is Cyborg Dr. Manhattan? I thought Superman was supposed to be." Here is the thing about this movie.
Holy shit.
Here's the thing about this movie. Zack Snyder made a comic book movie once, and it was called Watchmen. It wasn't his first one, and it sure as hell wasn't his last. But in that movie, he pretty much showed his disdain for, like, heroes and comic book heroes. And so, going forward, when he makes movies like Man of Steel and Batman versus Superman, there was a question to be asked: does Zack Snyder kind of hate Superman? And then, if you actually looked back on it, the ways in which he treated Dr. Manhattan and Watchmen were pretty similar. The idea of this this all-powerful godlike figure that basically was unstoppable, and how we kind of can only hope that it's on our side, is something that is definitely present in Watchmen, right? But what Zack Snyder does in his version, and like listen to my other fucking podcast, Zack Snyder Destroys the Universe, but like the idea that he decided that he was going to remove the true villain of the sorry, I'm so angry I smacked my microphone. But like he decided he was going to remove the true villain of the Watchmen series and make it Dr. Manhattan because of his fear of superheroes. This idea that this guy that was unstoppable and one day was not going to be with us, he was going to be against us. So in that, you can see that exact same thing kind of evolving throughout Man of Steel and then eventually Batman v Superman. He sees himself as Batman. he sees himself as Batman, and so Superman dying at the end of that movie is like him saving the world.
Well, he
Like that.
kind of sees himself as Lex Luthor, if we're gonna
Well,
go truly
well,
one to
all
one
right.
here. But
Yeah,
continue.
but yeah, but like so Superman is this kind of unstoppable force, and then like they figure out kind of a way to stop it, except we don't because rocks float at the end, which is apparently just meaningless in this one, but also rocks float in this one, but it also has nothing to do with how he came back from the dead. So what does it all mean? It's meaningless. That's the whole fucking thing with Zack Snyder. Anyway, going back to what I was saying, but like this idea that you can see what he learned from Alan Moore and like the idea of superheroes and what it means when there are gods amongst men, and it is something that he explores in all three of his movies, right? Like from Man of Steel on, it is all about the idea of like he is struggling with this idea that he is a man, but he is also not. He is something more than, and that is huge for him all the way through this movie where he comes back and he has this moment where he could destroy everything, but he stops because his humanity comes into play. And so that is like hugely on display in all of Zack Snyder's versions of him. So all of that hugely learned about Doc Manhattan. And so it's hard to not like kind of do the one for one comparison until this movie, when you suddenly start to get all of this stuff about like Cyborg literally being a god who could create worlds, and like the weird like on a world that's not a world stuff that is like one for one shots of like Doc Manhattan and Watchmen being on Mars. Like I feel like you could do like Disney animation style, like, hey, you know that shot in Robin Hood that's also in Jungle Book? Like look at Zack Snyder's like cut of Justice League and then look at Watchmen and like look at the one for one shots of the CGI. Like it's crazy the like the destroyed Earth like stuff that you see with Victor, and how much it was like, oh, this is straight out of Watchmen. So then I wrote down the question like, wait, am I supposed to be worried about Superman as a god or Cyborg as a god? Because it'd be really cool if Batman acknowledged he failed in the ways in which he approached Superman, trying to destroy him. So he's going to approach Victor, which he's not going to approach Victor. He's going to ignore Victor. Never mind.
No,
Fuck,
Diana's gonna
fuck
do it.
that.
He's gonna
Yeah,
give it.
Diana.
Mom, you take care of this
He's gonna
one.
he's gonna say like last time I fucked up so bad, you take care of this one. But that even that moment didn't happen. So like this whole narrative that he has been telling through these movies of this, and it clearly is born in something like Watchmen, where he's like the god. I mean, fuck that. Let's go back to 300. The entire thing about them standing up to the Persians was like the you are not gods. You act
Xerxes
like you're
fancies
gods.
himself a god.
And,
That is an
but he
exact line.
but then he bleeds at the end of the movie and he's no longer a god. This is something that is in the DNA of Zack Snyder films, is like treating these people as like gods among men, and like what does that mean? Like let's explore that relationship. And I can get behind that. But then all of a sudden this version of this movie throws out all of the Superman stuff he's been building up until now, tries to shove it in with Victor, but the entire time I'm also sympathizing with Victor, so there's never a moment where I'm questioning his validity as a god. Even the moment when we're supposed to believe he's doing something kind of like shady when he gives this poor woman a bunch of money, like when he breaks into her account, I love the moment. It makes him look fucking badass. I don't think it leads to any of this conversation that he has always wanted to have about the idea of like, are you gods or are you men? It's literally it's a move in this movie that is so upsetting that it makes me upset for Zack Snyder, the director, not just Justice League the movie.
So, very interesting. The difference between Superman and Cyborg, and
Mm-hmm.
where Cyborg is most definitely Doc Manhattan.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I don't know what that makes Superman. I don't know if that makes Superman the squid that is like
Well, I think it
conspicuously.
makes him Ozymandias. Like I think that's really what it is. Is I
Yeah,
think it makes him such a god among men. I mean, literally what he renames himself. I mean, in Watchmen,
yeah.
he renames himself Ozymandias, like as a god amongst men, and then like he believes that he knows truth to a fault, to the point where he ends up sacrificing humans in Watchmen. Like, right? Like, and I think actually now looking back on it, maybe Zack Snyder understands Watchmen more than I do.
I mean, the inherent
Look.
difference, though, the inherent difference about Superman is the
Mhm.
fact that, and why he could never be this god amongst men. Superman is a god. So then because a god exists, that means that man has something to aspire to become. Superman proves the existence of God, and if God exists, how can I, as man, make myself God?
And that's how you end up with Commissioner Gordon as the Pope.
Yes, well, I just,
God speaks directly to me
right. But it is.
when I signal him.
Well, that's Batman. That's not really Superman.
But
Superman doesn't need a signal, which is
but
what
like
pisses me off
Batman...
about Superman and Lois, that they got those little beeper things. Oh, we need Superman. I can't just say, hey, Superman, it's Lois Lane.
To other Supermans. We cannot.
No, we
Holy
can't.
Shit, you already brought up Richard Donner, and I was mad because I thought we might have to do that conversation, but luckily we got away from that.
Well, I mean, I've never seen the Donner cut, so there's that.
Ouch! All right.
I saw the original Superman 2
in the future
where he threw the symbol from his chest at the mute Kryptonian.
Oh, not Zod, right? Zod's henchman, right?
At the guy who, ironically, because we talked about The Godfather, he's a member of the family that The Godfather is based on. The guy who plays the giant mute Kryptonian.
I forgot that he was an actor for a while. Shit,
he like that happened, and I'm like, so this movie don't give a fuck. This is not a Superman movie. This is just, we're gonna have fun today.
Yeah. I mean, like, truth be told, we only have to talk about this for a slight second. DC has always sucked at making DC movies. I can sit here and it's part of the reason why earlier I called myself out on the idea of being the nerd that's like, in the comics, this is what it's like. Like, DC's never adhered to that bullshit. Like, it's always been like, what's going to be fun to be on screen and get people to buy Superman comics? Like, okay, like, have him throw his signal. What the fuck? Like, oh, he can reverse time? We've never done that before. Let's do it again.
Let's do it. Let's do Superman. Yeah, he's Superman. He can do it.
But anyway, so DC, this is always, just to kind of harp on your point earlier, this has always been DC's motive.
That's DC's issue. I mean, Batman Forever, Batman and Robin, we don't need to talk about those, but we could and we should someday. Just not during the, I mean, maybe, we got to get to 4 hours. So maybe that's how we get there. But
we got to talk about Ray Fisher. We've been talking about Cyborg and about how, yes, he's the Dog Man of the story. He becomes central. He becomes heart of this. But what that really means is that there's a dirty secret in the DC universe that Cyborg eventually becomes the leader of the Justice League. Like, the fact that is present and people are willing to show it, because there's plenty of the animated movies that address it and things like that. But the fact that the fandom never really kind of latches onto the idea that Cyborg is next in line after the big three. Like you have Superman, you got Wonder Woman, you got Superman. I'm sorry, Batman. Superman.
You got Superman, you got Wonder Woman,
Batman.
You got Superman.
Fuck Batman. No.
Well, I mean, Superman dies and then he returns. That's two different Superman. One is the red-blue guy that we all know, and one is wearing black and has cool 90s hair. Read a mullet. But
fuck, but that is something that is huge in the comics, right? Like the idea that Cyborg is going to be this guy that starts off his whole superhero career fighting alongside Beast Boy and Robin in these stories for younger audiences, is eventually going to find his way into the adult stories as the guy that in Flashpoint is the leader of the Justice League. It is phenomenal. And then take that even further, and I secret drop from my Twitter drop later, but I the Justice League Dark Apocalypse War movie that came out, in which they addressed Darkseid actually taking over Earth in that timeline. In that, Cyborg is a huge reveal as, spoiler alert, part of Darkseid's computer system, and I won't say more than that because it actually becomes plot significant. It's crazy. So he is this character that constantly DC is he's there, big important shit's happening, and guess who's right there in the middle of it and causing it, helping it. So Cyborg has been this weird, dirty secret of DC's for years as kind of their fourth biggest character narrative wise. I can't speak to sales or popularity, but narratively, Cyborg is huge, and this movie tries to address that in a way that I have to appreciate that. it relegates him to such a tropey character. And like, this is my moment to bitch about the art direction. I don't love that he looks the way that he did. I didn't like it in the Joss Whedon version either. And then in this one, to introduce Steppenwolf in a very particular look due to his interaction with the Mother Box, that I guess maybe that's not truly identified as that, but from what I understand is the reason that he has that armor. Why doesn't Cyborg kind of address more to that? Right? Like why isn't there more conformity there? Because we're meant to believe that Cyborg looks the way that he does because of his interaction in the Mother Box. And in the Whedon version, we're showing himself at the end in the epilogue of the Whedon version, I should differentiate, like smooth himself out in a weird way that like it makes it kind of okay that it was weird looking the rest of the movie, because for this moment he looks like the Cyborg I know and love, and so it was Mach 1 versus Mach 2. In this movie that moment never happens. And he looks weird in this movie because, as I'm to understand it, his interaction with the Mother Box. But then, like, Steppenwolf looks weird in a different way. So, like, I can't. There was so much weirdness going on with Cyborg in this movie that, like, making him front and center only made more apparent.
Yeah, I forgot that he got smoothed out at the end of Justice League. I forgot that that was a thing that happened in that
For
movie.
like a split second.
Yeah.
It's totally forgivable that you forgot it, because if you blinked, you missed it. It only happens for a second, but I distinctly remembered because of how much I was like, that the weird prismatic look to him. I'd be okay with if it was consistent amongst all of the Mother Box stuff, but that's not quite what the rest of it looks like either. So that's just kind of uncomfortable. And then like at the end of the movie, for like a split second, you watch him kind of like smooth himself out, and I was like, oh, thank God. Like it was like release.
It was him accepting who he is. It was his I'm always angry.
And making himself.
Yeah.
And making himself. Yeah.
I don't do we really I don't want to step away from Cyborg, but like really Steppenwolf's armor is supposed to be influenced by the Mother Boxes? Because I would be completely fine with that if he showed up on Earth without the armor. And then it was after he touched the Mother Box that he got the armor.
He's touched the Mother Boxes before. That's like huge for them, right? Like there's supposed to be the idea that they had the Mother Boxes before and they lost them on Earth. So that this is not like the first time he's ever seen them, right?
Right, but even there's that huge flashback that has to have been invented.
Here, yeah,
so much CG fucking
it's so much CGI,
that it can't
and
have.
People say that's David Thewlis in that scene, and I don't fucking know how you tell that.
I mean, like when I saw David Thewlis's name, I'm like, that's freaking great that he's going to be in this. And then I'm like, is his name in it because Ares is in it, but doesn't look like David Thewlis at all?
I didn't even realize it was Ares until the credits. No, so maybe it's not, but here's the thing is if it's not, that's no fun. Then his armor is just stupid, because otherwise it's stupid, but it has a purpose. So I'm okay with it. You know what I mean? I think his armor's stupid is what I'm trying to say at the end of all of this.
I love his armor. I
like the idea that it's like kind of alive, like a la like fucking Doctor Strange's cape, like the way that it like attacks things and changes and morphs. I'm good with that. It is specifically the only thing I don't like about his armor is the art direction on it. And part of that is because I really kind of appreciated the art direction in the Whedon version. Like the studio cut of this film, where he's in much more like ancient looking armor, felt more like I understood it faster. It took me a long time for me to not feel like he was just in, like, I literally wrote on my whiteboard Nano Steppenwolf, like Iron Wolf. Like I was like, this is really weird. This is another like Marvel like runoff of them just wanting to do like a Hulkbuster outfit for the bad guy. Like it was really weird.
Actually, I'd link it directly to Jack Kirby and something like the Destroyer from Marvel to what Steppenwolf's armor is.
Okay.
Because all I'm reminded of when I look on Steppenwolf in this version of the film is the Destroyer from the Thor comics, and both of them are created by Jack Kirby.
Yeah, and we saw the Destroyer on film in a way that didn't make me giggle, like his armor kind of always did. And there's a specific moment where I will admit that I thought it was definitely Mother Box related beforehand, but this kind of just solidifies it for me, is when he is able to basically just have it just wipe away from himself when he kneels down to Darkseid. What is his name?
I don't know that guy's name.
The Seed or something like that. Yeah,
like
yeah.
like
Trying to remember my
are
DC
you
mind.
trying to say Darkseid? What are you trying
No,
to say here,
yeah,
Steppenwolf?
exactly. Yeah.
Like,
Well,
who are you
well,
calling?
the other woman with him is fucking Granny Glamorous or some nonsense. Like she's some crazy ass named character and doesn't get a line in this
I
movie
saw
because
her and I'm just like,
suck
oh,
at
that's cool
film.
that she's there. Like, I get it,
Yeah,
new gods, but also
yeah,
weird that.
weird.
But okay, but
But
Steppenwolf.
anyway,
What I
but
will
Stephen,
say
so
about
he
the
he like kneels down and like his armor like literally pulls back in a way that is very like it was just silly in a way that like never clicked for me. It wasn't anything that like upset me where I was like I can't look at it. Like it was just silly.
I loved it, and I loved it for two reasons. First of all, Steppenwolf as the big bad in the studio version of Justice League makes no sense. Because it doesn't feel like he's acting on anyone's behalf but his own. And,
Oh yeah.
like, why would Steppenwolf do that?
Oh no, yeah, you need your Darth Vader talking to the Emperor on the holodeck moment.
Yeah,
Like you need that in the first 30 minutes of your movie.
yeah.
That's good structure. Yeah, yeah.
And the fact that, like, the Zack Snyder's version of Justice League, it is without a doubt that this guy is just a heavy. This dude is a general. So
You mean
like
in that exact moment that recreates Darth Vader talking to the Emperor on the holodeck? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
no, it actually happens prior to that. There's a
Okay,
moment
I thought you were
before
talking
that.
about when he puts the box into the
No, no,
wall
no, no,
and
no.
like, the
That
guy
is
shows up
exactly
as
that.
like Snoke
No,
style.
it's still when
Snoke
he's on
style.
Themyscira. It's still when he's on Themyscira. He makes like a comment like, he's conquered
Oh,
100,000 worlds and all
he then takes
this.
it back. Some nonsense is what
Yeah,
he says at the end of it. Yeah, 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 I remember. Yeah.
like it's one of these situations where it's like that
You
little
got a hard on.
speech,
Yeah. I
that
got
speech.
I gotta say, it's one of my favorite things about Steppenwolf in this movie is like in the first movie you kind of got the idea that he like worshipped Darkseid, but in this movie, fuck me, he's like, I love you, Papa. Why don't you love me?
Yeah, it's and it's established right from the beginning, and it
Yeah,
makes it like just so much easier to swallow the stupidity in his plan because this guy is not the guy in charge. This guy is a general, so like he only understands certain things about what is being done in the name of Darkseid, and that's great. And it just absolves all these questions I have in the first Justice League film, and it was wonderful. Plus, his armor makes him look like Cull Obsidian from the Marvel stuff, and you're never looking at Cull Obsidian and thinking that's the guy in charge. So like
okay,
it
fine.
plays on like things that we understand, tropes on tropes on tropes. It plays on that to let you understand that Steppenwolf is like he's just
A
this
joke.
guy, you know? Like he
Sure, sure, I'll give you that. It just don't make me look at him so much the whole movie. Then, if that's the case, I get making. Yeah, it's fine. I
it makes him the
again,
heavy. It makes him the heavy, not the villain.
it
Like
made him look like a bad like PS3 polygon. Like that's what it made him look like. And
he
so
had such
like
beautiful eyes. His eyes
oh,
was
man.
so they
Okay,
popped in the
so
silver.
let's talk about the art direction of the movie because that's kind of
We
where we're
haven't
going.
talked
And
about Cyborg yet. And like we did
I thought we talked about how he's the heart of this film,
well, he's the heart
and
of this film, but like
he's
there's so much with him.
there's a
Like
lot.
him being the heart of this film means so much to why this film
Ray
weirdly
Fisher
works.
Ray Fisher deserves this story written by a better writer. Let me say that. I think that there's going to be a lot of heavy criticism laid against him by a particular crowd because of his willingness to point out a lot of his issues with the filming process of the original movie, of which there were clearly many. So like to question any of them is ridiculous. And so like when he lays out his issues with the way that the first version of this film was handled, like to in any way treat him with anything but like he's clearly being honest about the way he felt on that set, whether or not certain events occurred in a way that he remembers or feels they went like you treat somebody like shit, you don't get to be like, I didn't think it was shitty. No, if the other person feels like it was treated like shit, we should maybe consider this for a second.
Well, I mean,
like
what Zack Snyder's Justice League becomes is just the evidence of how Ray Fisher must have felt on that set once Joss Whedon came in, because you go from being the story of the film. The reason, like, the biggest problem with the Justice League that was released in 2017 is how they get to the fact that we can resurrect Superman using the Motherbox.
right.
Like, it's like, oh, I guess we can just do this because it's super powerful. MacGuffins be resurrecting people, faux show. Where, like, if Ray Fisher, like, it was filmed, right? By Zack Snyder's admission, this was all filmed. All this
This is
stuff
all film
with,
material.
yeah,
Exactly.
this is
Yeah.
all stuff that existed. So for, like, Ray Fisher to be like, oh, I'm kind of like the guy. I'm the guy who's moving this whole story.
This is my
forward.
origin story.
Yeah,
This is
my movie.
I am the eyes of the audience. I am the character that they relate with because they are new to this world in a way, and like in a way that's not handled like that's the thing, is that like to talk about the ways in which it was handled by the Whedon cut, the studio cut of this film, it was atrocious. No denying that. It's just like, how do we talk about the fact that, like, I still feel that the Snyder cut version of his story is super underwhelming in a lot of ways. Like he definitely deserved better than he got in the original cut, but I think he also deserved better than he got in this cut, because this story is such a great origin story for him, right? Like, he was brought back by the Motherbox in the midst of all of this madness, and he is now at a point where he has to decide who's he going to be. I even really kind of love, like, the element of him having to decide, like, you have all of this godlike power, how you choose to use it is important to you. That's all great. I eat that shit up. Like, I'm down for that. But, like, man, there were so many moments in this movie that deserved to be so much stronger for him, and he needed more. I honestly, I needed an origin story
He
for
needed
him.
a movie.
Like, it comes back to the fucking Flash problem that I had. I didn't think it until this moment, but, you know, I kind of needed another movie of Cyborg before this.
Which is nuts, because they try to give you all that, but it's distilled and it's surrounded by so many other things and things that you already have some, like, emotional attachment to. Even Aquaman, because he's had his full movie between the release of 2017 and the Zack Snyder Justice League. So, like, you understand it. You understand why, like, he's kind of shut off as a character, because we've seen how Atlanteans treated him his whole
Right.
fucking life.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, one day he will be king, but right now he's kind of a joke of an entire society. Like, oh,
Of more than, well, and, like, as an audience, more than one society, right? Like whether Aquaman movie has been seen or not, you still kind of feel like Aquaman's just the dude that talks to fish. I'm sorry, that movie didn't do anybody any favors in that regard. So, like, so yeah, like in a weird way, like, it reflects kind of the ways that we feel about him.
yeah. But you don't have that with Cyborg. But then they have all these great moments. Like, there's that new moment where the mother boxes wake up because Superman's screams are allowed when he dies, and it wakes up the mother boxes, and it's like,
Jesus.
it's just
Like-
in, why is it just in Cyborg's closet? Why does he just, like, why is this not in some heavily fortified Department of Defense base?
So the Whedon version, right? The Whedon version cut kind of just skirts around where he's been hiding it the whole time. You kind of just get the impression that it's been somewhere. In fact, it kind of hints that it might have been in his own grave, which is, like, kind of a badass, like, place to hide the mother box, right?
Yeah.
Like, since he's not in it, right? So there's this idea that, like, that kind of rocked for me when they showed it was just in his closet, and then he disappears with it for a bit, and then it comes back. This was, again, it's that thing where Zack Snyder wants to get a particular story on screen, and he only cares about the main details of it and doesn't go any fucking deeper. There's no depth to any of this ever.
You
The
say
Cyborg
that.
is hiding it.
I mean,
Where?
you say
In his
that.
closet.
You say that, but, like, Cyborg was hiding it in his closet, and I'm like, well, that's absurd. And then we see him after the whiplash car accident that killed his mother, and, like, made him lose his arm, and we see him in the bed, and it's like, oh, why is so much of his body robot? Because, like, a lot of his body looks still human there. So is it just to make him in line with that? What's going on? And then the reveal that, like, the Motherbox made him cyborg and, like, rebuilt his whole body, didn't give a shit about the organic stuff except for his face, and is like, oh, okay, thanks for answering that question. Like, every question I had about Cyborg in this film, that this film introduced to me, these were not questions I had about Cyborg from 5 years ago. These were new questions that this film decided to invent in the 4-hour runtime, and then gave me an answer where I'm like, that makes sense. Thank you, Zack Snyder.
Okay, so I was gonna say at the beginning of this whole thing, my thoughts over the last few weeks as I've been rewatching a bunch of Zack Snyder stuff, because I have, I mean, I've mentioned already like things like Batman versus Superman, Watchmen, and stuff like that, but I've been really thinking he's kind of the James Cameron of our time, like considering Cameron is said he's working on Avatar, but I convinced he's just collecting checks from Disney and never making a thing. It's going to be the producers you watch, but there's this idea that like Cameron was always about this idea of he believed in the way to make not just style over substance, but style into substance for his movies. And that's how you get hits like Terminator 2, Aliens, and Titanic and stuff like that. And like, I'll give it even to Avatar. Like, well, again, I've said before on the show, we need to have conversations about that whole fucking thing on its own. But like the idea that it's not just style over substance, but style becomes substance. That's what people come to the movie for. Why not give that to them? And in that, like, have that be the thing that drags them along, right? Like, and okay, maybe your writing's not going to be up to par. Maybe the actor you get for the role is not going to be a stellar, but at the end of the day, they're there because it's just fucking cool, and it's cooler and cooler and cooler every moment. And like he just fucking he milks that in a way that becomes an art form. Snyder is trying to emulate that. As any other director that I could point to, Snyder is looking at somebody like James Cameron and is just like, I want to make movies like that dude makes movies. And is successful enough where people kind of just let him try that. I don't think he's as successful as Cameron because there's so much that just happens because it's cool. And there's so much that's just not like embedded in the rest of this movie.
Right, but the world needs that next James Cameron. And in a weird way, if the James Cameron style of filmmaking is going to evolve,
yeah,
Zack Snyder is the next step of evolution. Zack Snyder is the Charmeleon to his Charmander.
I want to watch Zack Snyder direct a movie that is art directed by the Wachowski sisters and is written by James Cameron.
That'd be wonderful.
Would you like,
right?
Like,
why are you giving me wet dreams in the middle of this episode?
Like that's the trifecta of this style of filmmaking, right? Is like we're gonna take style and make it so much fun and so much part of the story. Like the story merits the style of what's happening. And I will give the Zack Snyder Cut that. I will say that he made a film that he wanted to make in a particular style, and what he did was he developed a story that allowed that style to exist, and it works in that sense.
I cannot believe how invested I was for 4 straight hours. I can't believe that there was never a moment where I was like, how much is left? What like it grabbed me, and what grabbed me was the style. Admittedly, in the beginning, I made the comment as we saw the bridge in London with the giant Superman flag that, like, that's impractical and fucking dangerous. Because it is. Whether it's Joss Whedon or Zack Snyder's name as the director of the film, that's fucking impractical. But like, apart from that stuff, like, just I was so immersed in the world, and the style is what did it. And I think that's why I was so able to say I renounce the 2017 Justice League, for the true king has shown up and pulled the sword from the stone, because that style that was present in Man of Steel and in Batman v Superman. As much as I have never rewatched those films the way that I did Justice League in 2017, that style was back. And that
Yeah.
style is so important to the storytelling.
Yeah. I will give you that. I think so. I think what you're kind of like saying layers kind of over a feeling I have about the comparisons to the 2017 to this. You fell into one of four camps, and this is pretty obvious. You either liked the original 2017 one, right? But like you were ready for more, and so you liked this movie, or you liked the 2017 one, and like you were happy with that version, so this version is just like weird to you, right? Or you didn't like the original 2017 one, and this one just kind of fixed those issues, or you didn't like the 2017 one, and this one just proved why you didn't like it, right? Right? Like you have to fall into those like four camps, and I feel like if you fell into one of those camps to begin with, where like you did or you didn't like the 2017 one, and you were ready for more or you weren't, like that pretty much dictated whether or not this movie was going to hit for you, because you were always on board with me that there was issues with that movie. So the fact that there's now something to kind of fix some of those issues that we talked about, and you enjoyed it the first time, I'm not surprised that you like it this time. As somebody that didn't like it the first time for some pretty deep-seated issues, the fact that they just kind of just did 2 more hours of those deep-seated issues for me kind of don't work for me. And so I feel like this movie, this version of the movie solidified something specific for me, because there are three versions of this film that like we kind of have to talk about. There is the 2017 version, there is this version, and then there's like the meta version of this film, which is the film that people have just been talking about for years. And I don't think either version truly fits that version that like people wanted or talked about. But there's like we talk about this all the time. It's the version of the film that we remember, that we take in, right? That changes over time. So like that metafilm version is like us remembering like, oh, I really liked Ladybugs when I was little. Watching back on it, there's some problems with it. So actually, I don't like it so much now. So that meta version of the film has changed. The actual film is not, whether or not we watched it then or now. And the same kind of goes for this. No matter which version I watch of this movie, it's the meta version of the film that reigns true. And I feel like this movie kind of set the clock back on me liking the meta version of this film. I feel like I was kind of coming around to possibly liking the 2017 one, and then this version came out and just pushed me right back to not liking Justice League again.
I get that. I completely understand that. I think what has happened for me, because it since the 2017 Justice League film, we have had 3 or 4 other DC films. It was
Yeah.
Shazam, which I hated, and I
Mm-hmm.
still refuse to call it by its proper name.
Fuck it.
Aquaman, and
Which we liked decent enough.
yeah,
We both enjoyed, you a little bit more than me, but both of us saying it was fun watch.
yeah, like it was good. And then Wonder Woman 84, right? So it was 3. I'm not missing a film in there.
Not that I know of, and obviously if we can't think of it, that proves something.
Yeah, right. Like it would certainly like as much as I hate Shazam, I remember it for a lot of its problems, and Aquaman for a lot of its successes. And then like Wonder Woman 84 came along, and I believe you still haven't seen the full film, right? That's where my mind is at with that film.
Oh, yeah, I have not, and I don't. If somebody puts it on in front of me someday, I'll watch it, but I am not going to make any effort to finish that movie. I'm done with it. I have felt no need to finish it.
I hated it the first time, and then I felt like I need to give it a second viewing, and I hated it even more that second time.
I mean,
So,
so call me out for not watching a movie that I feel like I could sit here
oh,
and say I
buddy,
care about watching, but
I'm not
like,
calling you out. I'm not calling you. I just
no,
wanted to
I'm
make
not.
sure that
You're
I
not.
had.
I'm just saying the world can like do what you will with me.
I wanted to make sure I had the facts straight on that film, because from where I'm sitting, Caesar's never going to watch Wonder Woman 84 to the end. He knows enough, and that enough that he knows, that's enough for him.
It'll
That's
happen. Put it this way: it'll happen one day against my will.
just like when I watched the Donner cut of Superman Dose. No, no, I'm kidding. I kid. But it's one of those situations where like the last DC film I saw was fucking Wonder Woman 84. So like in my mind, I was ready for that warm, comfy Christmas sweater that was Justice League.
Sure.
And when I find out that, like, the vest I was given 5 years ago was supposed to be a full sweater, and we finally finished the sweater for you, Devin, like, I was ready to be enveloped by it. You're not wrong.
Let me.
I'm someone who liked it, so of
Yeah.
course I was gearing up to like this one again. But
And here's what if I want to continue with your metaphor before we lose it. For me, this movie was like being given a vest 5 years ago, told it sorry it was meant to be a sweater, but this is all we could do. And I said, that's okay, thank you. And then like this year you came to me and said, hey, can I have that vest back? Because I'm going to turn it into a sweater for you. And then you took that sweater, you finished it, you then washed it in cold water and then hot dried it so it shrank, and then you washed it again and didn't dry it and handed it back to me damp. That's what this movie felt like to me the second time.
wonderful. Absolutely wonderful.
I just like it was like this thing that I was promised was going to fix a thing I didn't like. And then I went and I watched it hoping it was going to, and it didn't fix it, but in a weird way it made it so important and weird that I've come back around to being like I appreciate my time with it. The end.
Maybe I'll put it back on when it's not damp anymore.
Can
But
I
it is in a corner in my closet. So
yeah.
how will it ever dry?
How will it ever dry? It'll just gonna get mothy
I don't
and
know.
mossy.
Maybe some crazy singing ladies will pick it up and smell it. What the
No,
fuck was that, too?
I,
Like, I
yeah,
liked the crazy singing ladies. That part was very cool. You
yeah.
know,
The sweater grab is weird. Again, a piece of Zack Snyder like je ne sais quoi
je
to
ne
refer
sais
to a
pas
joke.
ça.
But like the idea that like she picks it up, sniffs it, and like longingly looks out over the sea, and like I don't know. I mean, like there's a weird like 14-year-old part of me that's just like, yeah, the idea of making Aquaman super like badass, manly, and also irresistible to women. But then there's that like 22-year-old part of me that's just like, we don't do that anymore, young man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, like it's just this weird thing that happens that I'm just like, ah, man, if James Cameron did this back in the 90s, and this would have been something we always talk about. Like,
It's one of those situations where, like, I get it, right? Like, he's this ripped dude. She's into him because of that. He's like a savior to this village. I get it. Hero worship becomes transformed into sexual attraction. But then, as a 35-year-old, I look at him and think, oh, I didn't think there was a such thing as too many tattoos. You proved me wrong, Jason Momoa.
oh man. Man, I don't know. I really liked Aquaman in the first cut of this movie, so like I find it really hard to get too judgmental on him in this version because I feel like he does exactly what Zack Snyder intended him to do in this version, and like so he does the fucking work, and that's what I want to make like clear is I think all of the actors in this film. You mentioned you mentioned Jason Isaacs, what's his name?
Jeremy Irons.
Jeremy Irons.
I
Thank you.
understand why you
Yeah.
did that.
Well, and what's weird is I was actually thinking how weird it is that he's Alfred in this, and also he plays Ozymandias in Watchmen. By the way,
Yeah.
yeah, it's great to see him back in a DC property. Anyway, but like I think every actor does amazing. I don't think that there's anybody that's there, and I will even extend this to somebody like Gal Gadot, who has caught a lot of crap over the last couple of months, considering the performance of Wonder Woman 84 and then the re-release of this. And I've heard too much negative stuff about her as an actress for me to abide, because like I think that like for somebody that is super invested in a character and not somebody that not they are somebody that was cast for all the wrong reasons, and they are doing so fucking good at showing everybody that they deserved it otherwise. Because she did. She deserved this role for reasons other than the reason that she was cast. It has been weirdly kind of debated why she was put in this role for Batman v Superman, and then luckily we got Wonder Woman, the original film, that kind of really proved that she earned this role. And so like in this movie, she is given weird material. She does not have the director that she needs to kind of like push her to act better, for lack of a like clearer term, or like nicer way of putting that. So like she's in this weird position in this version of this movie where I'm just like I know you could do better than this. I've seen you do better than this. I fucking she does great in fucking Fast and the Furious when she shows up.
I
Like
loved her as Giselle.
she's amazing at when she has a director that can work with her, because she clearly is in this position where she just needs that. Some of the best actors are like that. Has like it has nothing to do with her being new. It has nothing to do with her being like she is. It's gotten under my skin so bad how much people have kind of gotten after her after Wonder Woman 84 would kind of like fell on its face, because I don't think she was the issue with that film. As somebody that even only watched a half an hour of that movie, like I don't have issues with her as Wonder Woman. I think she does a great job. I just think that there are lines in this movie that do her no fucking justice.
Oh, she's awful in this film. Not her, not Gal Gadot, but Diana.
The
The
character of Diana.
character that she is forced to play in this film. Like I talked about it in the last episode where like there are finally going to be toy releases of the Justice League film characters, and how it's weird that Wonder Woman is omitted from that. But then watching the movie again, no, makes perfect fucking sense why Wonder Woman is omitted. Because honestly, if he could have, I think Zack Snyder might have omitted her.
I think he might have killed her. If given permission, he would have gone straight up Alan Moore. As a dude that I'm pretty sure like worships Alan Moore as the last bastion of good comic book writing, I think he would have killed Diana if given the chance in Batman v Superman.
Like, yeah, she's just kind of there.
Well,
And
Dev, it's not just her that's kind of there. We have to kind of take a moment in this section here to talk about the fact that fucking Lois and Martha are kind of relegated to just being fridged at some point. It's fucking she like Lois is like fridged but not in this movie, and that's really weird. And then Martha is shown to basically not be her for her most important scene in the film. Women are kind of treated like shit in this version of this movie. Not that they were treated extremely well in the first version either.
okay, so before we go any further, there was a fourth DC movie. It's the DC movie I saw in theaters 6 times, and it's
Robo?
Birds of Prey and the Fabulous Emancipation of One Harley Quinn.
Oh, the one that's not part of this particular universe, as far as we can tell.
Right. Where, like, so I think I could be slightly forgiven for that.
Although I
Oh,
will
also,
although I will ask for the scene. I want to say this. I will ask for the scene of Margot Robbie's Harley in the arms of Ben Affleck's Batman for that scene that he describes at the end.
yeah, we're not going to touch the end yet. We're so
But
far from discussing the end.
but anyway,
But also,
anyway.
also, I'm not a fucking asshole. The Joker, Todd Phillips' Joker happened. So there were 5 movies between Justice League
Again, another one that is
2017.
distinctly not in this universe.
Right. But they are other DC films. There
Yes,
are other DC
for sure.
live action films
Yeah.
that like really sort of speak to other problems that existed with this one. It proves that it was a culture and it wasn't just some weird one-off with this film.
Yeah.
And that's the thing I just said. I feel confident in saying.
Yeah.
Whew, sorry. But yeah, let's talk about the fact that Lois Lane and Martha in the Whedon version are relegated to a montage.
Oh yeah, they're not in that movie. It's shit. The way that they were like brought on for like 2 seconds, completely, and knowing that they were brought on for more, but then used for only 2 seconds, utter bullshit. This version though, the Snyder version, doesn't save them in any way for me.
No, no. I mean, all right, so it's time to discuss the Martian Manhunter in the room, and that's the fact that Martian Manhunter is in this film.
For nonsense. I would have. Oh man. There's a moment he shows up at the end in which I would have appreciated as an after credit scene. It didn't have to be before the credits. The end. I think there's nothing more to say about that scene.
I agree. Well, the weird thing is, I recently watched Infinity War on TBS because I had 7 hours to kill, and and it's so weird going from them all fading in Wakanda directly to Nick Fury and Maria Hill fading away in the middle of the city, because it's not
Right.
like New York. It's just some nondescript city. They have Georgian plates, so I imagine it's like Atlanta.
Atlanta. Yeah.
Um, and it was so jarring to go from Wakanda to that, but also like it felt kind of nice that it just happened and that I didn't have to sit through the credits to see the end of the movie. Now that I mean, I'm gonna watch the credits regardless, right? That's
I'm a
what I
big fan
do.
of the I'm a big fan of the mid-credit scene. Like,
Yeah,
you do the main cast and then boom, another scene, and then you do everybody else. I'm a big fan of that.
yeah, I don't mind that. I don't mind credits. I love watching the credits to see just how much work went into what I watched because we forget that. We forget that like if we just watched the film, how much work went into it. And these people who just stay for that after credits scene, like it makes me sad when people tell me there's nothing after the credits. Like, well, I paid for the credits, right? My ticket's $10 to $14. Part
Yeah.
of that's these credits. Do not kick me out of this theater.
Oh man,
Um,
I to be fair to the universe, I just have to say that I applaud this sensibility. I do not share it, but
that's
I am
fine.
definitely, like I said, I respect it to the end.
Right. Well, thank you. That's why we're able to do a show together. But it is one of those situations where, like, that scene where Bruce Wayne talks to Martian Manhunter at the end of the movie, I'm just like, this would have been an after credits scene. And I'm a little disappointed that I never got this
Yeah.
as that. Like, it will never exist in that way. And it's, again, it's that thing that made me miss the cinematic experience.
Let me fix this movie for a second. Let me play armchair Zack Snyder for just a hot second. What needed to happen is that scene was great and needed to happen after the credits. But what we also needed to do was see that particular character more than just the 2 seconds in that scene that also made no fucking sense. You know what I mean?
That
That
scene made
after credit
no
scene.
fucking sense.
And so because of that, the end scene with Martian Manhunter makes kind of no sense in a way. Like it means something to you and me because we know who Martian Manhunter is, but fuck me. Like that would have been so much more powerful as a moment. First of all, with some credits between so that I had a second to like take a breath and then be like, I'm back. But like then on top of that, also who the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Oh
Can we
man.
talk about the scene? Can we talk about the scene where, yeah, you're not wrong, women are just treated as props in this film? And for some reason, Martian Manhunter disguises himself as Martha Kent to convince Lois Lane to continue to visit her son's memorial in Metropolis.
Yeah, it's weird because it feels like what at first he's saying is like you need to go out and be the badass reporter we've always never known you to be in the series, but we've known you to be, right? Where he's like you need to go out there and you need to go back to being Lois Lane. But then you kind of realize that all he means is that you need to show up for Superman at some point to make sure he doesn't go fucking bat shit, literally Batman shit on everybody. Like yes, yes. There's this thing in the Whedon one that like yes they are relegated to just montages and then like at the end and whatever, but at least it doesn't make them into like not just props but like abused props. And then like it's almost unfair to also then the actresses the scenes that they're put in. There was a moment in this movie, Devin, that made me stop everything and go to Google and start doing research in a hard ass way that I have not done in a while. And it had to do with Lois Lane.
Oh, love it. Continue.
When she opens the side drawer of her dresser,
Oh, the force
there is
majeure pregnancy
she has
test?
a pregnancy test called force majeure.
That means
And
act of God. That means act of God.
I was so confused because it doesn't just mean act of God. Like that is the idea for sure. It is specifically it is an event without out of the control of the parties included within, usually used within contracts, right? Like this is all legalese at this point.
Yep.
But force majeure is this idea that you sign onto a contract, but if something that happens that is both out of the hands of either side of this contract, we can scrap this, no consequences. Nobody pays anything, everything's done, it's fine. And it is most often used in things like lo and behold movies, but also like in music records where like say the fucking the building where you've been recording your music burns down and we lose all of the originals. If you want to walk away at that point, we totally get it. It's a force majeure. It's an act of God. You have no responsibility to us. We have no responsibility to you, right? It is a way in which to kill a contract when nobody is hurt by that, ideally. The fact that that is the name of a pregnancy test opens so many fucking questions. And the fact that it is the name of a pregnancy test in Lois Lane's side of the table is even worse on the level of like is she was she trying to have was did she think she was pregnant and was the idea that if she died it's really weird, especially when you consider one particular detail that I could not help but come across a million times as I looked this up. The the usual term colloquially for like a a contract kind of being walked away from is literally the term aborted. It was like, is this supposed to be a joke, or is this like on a level that I don't understand? I got so caught in that one detail, and it focuses on it for like 5 seconds. It focuses on that box.
For those watching along at home, we have hit part 4 of the podcast, Force Majeure. Yeah, no, that
It's
was
such a Oh, it's so emblematic of everything else about this movie. Is like something is put on screen and you see it and you're instantly like, "Oh my God, that has deeper meaning." And then the second you start looking into it, you realize it doesn't. That is like this movie, and that is Zack Snyder writ large.
that moment for me, because I knew exactly what you were talking about, right? So, like, clearly it's a thing that people notice. That moment for me was like a Simpsons fucking church sign gag.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, I'm just like, that's the thing that happened in this movie. Was I supposed to laugh? I don't think it's particularly funny. Someone might. Good for that someone. I hope they enjoyed this moment.
Oh,
Bye.
the journey you went on. The journey. I'm jealous of the journey you went on with that. Yeah, man. It was fucking weird.
Like, and also, like, it's after the fact that we're revealed that Martian Manhunter, for some reason, pretended to be Martha Kent to get Lois Lane to leave her apart. I don't get it. Like, it felt like I want Martian Manhunter in this movie, and this is the only way.
Yeah. Oh
And
man.
why would a Martian Manhunter show up for all the other stuff? Why?
Yeah.
Why would it just be that? All
Well,
right,
that's what I mean. Is like it had to be. Yeah. There needed to be more for me to care about that moment.
all right. So I need to now. We need to discuss the resurrection of Superman.
Yeah.
We need to discuss the resurrection of Superman and how this film makes it make infinitely more sense while also making it less like understandable.
So the idea of how they bring him back and the process and bringing him back and the dangers of it, the risk, all of that, all of the lead up totally makes more sense in this movie. It is more built out. I now understand how they did it, why they were hesitant, all of that shit. I don't get with ever all of that why he becomes red super like red kryptonite Superman at the end. Like, I'm so confused.
Why he's angry and just
Well, and like again, it's going back to the Frankenstein story. They kind of overutilize the trope, right? But the moment he's brought back, like we're supposed to believe that he's following animal instinct. But then why is his animal instinct to attack all of these people? It's very bizarre.
well, I
And like
think he's threatened. Like that's I
we're kind of given the idea in the way that Cyborg's like armor reacts to it, and I appreciate that. It just was so meh for a reason. Like it was weird. It was very weird because we're supposed to believe the nature of Clark is supposed to be something specific, and in that moment his nature is absent, and that is scary and awesome, but unexplained. Like that's never addressed. Why his entire like whatever quote unquote humanity he had is gone. We just get that it is.
Well, I mean, I think what they're hoping for, a word that was thrown around a lot when I was researching Zack Snyder's Justice League is that this completes the trilogy.
Right.
The idea that this completes the trilogy. Now, I personally and it, fucks on me for this, never considered Man of Steel, Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, and Justice League to be a trilogy.
Well, neither did Zack Snyder. To be fair,
To
like
be fair,
his trilogy was gonna be Justice League 1, 2, and 3, and so Superman of Steel was kind of like his like like step in, and then Batman v Superman was his proof of concept, and then they gave him Justice League, and Justice League was supposed to have a 2 and a 3. Like that's the other part of the conversation of Snyder with this story is like he had planned out years of working on these films, and then like so when WB scrapped the quote unquote Snyderverse, this is what people are talking about is they're talking about this potential for Justice League 2, Justice League 3, and so we see in Snyder's version the ending of this film opening itself up to much more film, right? And so despite the fact that this is 4 hours long, it's still not finished. But anyway, the idea that there is supposed to be sequels to this film is clear.
yeah. Oh no, it's like,
And so
and the fact
yeah,
that
you're
we're
not
moving
thinking of the
ourselves
first part of the trilogy makes sense.
from
Sorry.
from that first second, the fact that people now want those things to happen because this has happened blows my fucking mind.
Yeah.
That you would think that, like, oh yeah, Warner Bros. Is gonna let him do 2 other 4-hour movies
Yeah,
that
for
a
sure.
third of you will finish. Just insane. But if you consider them as a trilogy, which again, I don't consider Iron Man, Captain America, and Avengers a trilogy, even though that's sort of the same thing, right? Kinda,
Yeah.
I guess. Maybe actually it would probably be Iron Man, Thor into Avengers, which is weird, but it would be that because of how the 3 films work together. We see from the Kryptonians that survive and come to Earth that they are bloodthirsty savages who are like a warrior race. They're like
Right.
the Saiyans from Dragon Ball Z, where like they conquer. And it was just Jor-El and everything that he did to civilize them that really changed things for the planet Krypton and ultimately led to its demise, unfortunately, because we are a warrior race. So Zod and them, when they come to Earth, conquest is the first thing on their mind. So when Clark is resurrected in a Kryptonian birthing pool, like, the fact that his humanity, his earthlingness is gone and he is just pure Kryptonian, like, I think that's what it's supposed to represent.
So
Is
did Jor-El have humanity in him? Because like that's where it falls apart. Is like we're supposed to believe that he's his father's son, and the idea that he is able to be as good as he is, we see in his father that ability even without the influence of Earth. It's just the influence of Earth that makes him superb as opposed to just powerful.
well, it's Jonathan Kent. Let's give credit where
Well,
credit's due.
right,
Yeah.
right, but to my point, right? Like there is this idea that Jonathan Kent humanizes him for sure, but his Kryptonian father teaches him that he has to consider right from wrong. So like in the moment he comes back, he's no better than Zod. And the fact that and I don't even have an issue with that idea. It's the fact that it is never really truly addressed in this film because he basically looks at Lois Lane, who has the ability to actually be a character and call him out on how weird he's fucking been. And she's just like, I love you, question mark. And he's just like, okay, I'm good now.
We go
Like,
mate. No, like it
yeah,
really feels like I'm gonna
yeah,
take you back to the Fortress of Solitude so we can get some solitude in. Like it's
yeah,
really it because at that point he is only fueled by instinct. So
right.
he see pretty lady, he bash overhead with club and bring back to cave.
It's weird. It's
It's
just so weird how how Martha and Lois are treated in this, and then in light of the ways that we see Wonder Woman kind of relegated to this very awkward character in this movie is weird. It's just the way women are treated in Snyder films is so upsetting and problematic. And like I said before, there's somebody out there that's better suited to talk about it than me.
yeah. But we didn't talk about the part that actually made the scene really fucking weird, and that was Cyborg's vision of the future.
Yeah, okay. So I don't know if I looked away for a second or fell asleep, but what the fuck was that?
It just like sort of happened. I think like I didn't truly grasp what it was supposed to be until you mentioned that he is a god in this universe, like, and what that truly means. Because I saw the moment where Miles Dyson told the Skynet that you could do whatever you fucking want, but it's how you do that that will define you as a hero.
Right.
And then that moment happens, and that is him actually being a god and using the machine from Paycheck to look over the horizon and see what's going to happen. It was Paycheck, right? That was the Ben Affleck movie where he could
Ben
kind of see
Affleck,
the
Uma
future.
Thurman film. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's a yeah, for sure, man.
I just wanted
It's
to
a
make
phenomenal
sure.
short stories. People
Yeah.
should look it up. The movie I also enjoyed.
I love
Not
that
as good
movie.
as
I
yeah.
just love Ben Affleck, and I haven't given him nearly enough praise in this
We haven't
episode.
gotten to the Batman praise yet.
We
That'll
really haven't
happen.
gotten to the Batman part. That's true. It's like he was able to use his AI and what the Motherbox gave him to glimpse into the future, and
Yeah.
like dead Wonder Woman, second Green Lantern, and all this other weird stuff, and like the roots of the future have been planted in the past line. Like I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, it's weird. Like, and again, I'm okay with him being the center of this movie and that being the role that he takes in it. They never earn it. It's always so this weird ethereal shit that the rest of the movie doesn't conform to. So it's just and he never it. I don't want to keep comparing it to Watchmen and Snyder's old work, but this idea that like in Watchmen, when Doc Manhattan, when John behaves weirdly, it is significant to the people around him that he is being fucking weird. And it is never in this movie when Cyborg says things or does things. Everybody is just on board with it. So it's not just that he becomes godlike with his powers, he becomes godlike with the way that everyone around him just instantly worships him. And it's not like on their knees worships him, but they just do whatever he says is right. They're just there with him. There's no sense that he's like this kid that is in this position. You never once feel outside of like the past that were given for him, the what's the word I'm looking for? The the when he's looking back on his shit. But anyway, but like
The
the idea,
flashbacks.
yeah, flashbacks. Thank you. That was the word I was looking for. I could not think of it. You know what
Okay.
it was? Is I could not believe it was flashbacks. But anyway, this idea that he's like looking back on these flashbacks, that's the only time where we feel like he's maybe younger than he is, and it's one of the few points where like I don't love Ray Fisher in this role, is he never quite feels quite like a kid in those moments when he's supposed to be a fucking kid, and then like he never feels like he's a kid put in this position where he's become a god, like that he kind of needs to be at this moment with Cyborg. And it's the same issue I have with Flash. I can't tell where he falls on his own timeline of these abilities. On the one hand, it feels like these are fresh, these are new, and he's still angry with them. But on the other hand, he's clearly been working with them. He's been clearly learning how to integrate with them, and like. So where is he? What is his mindset in terms of a hero? Because as far as I can tell, all he wants to do is figure out a way to do good with his powers. He figures out how to do good with his powers. The end. That's not a fun character arc.
That's not even really a character arc. And also part of that character arc is Superman was my hero, so I'll be a hero too.
Oh, well, and I'll be honest, I didn't even understand that until he says that at some point when he's in the graveyard, I think, when he
Yeah.
points at the gravestone and he's like, "Guy was my hero." And I was like, "Oh, that's an interesting piece. I wish I knew more of late earlier." Like it would explain a lot. Anyway.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong. It's true. And there is a moment, but apparently you had kind of written off Aquaman in this film.
I
Uh,
didn't write him off. I was in there with him every step of the way. I was just disappointed he was not as charming as he was in the original version.
well, he tries to explain, like he's like, "We sure we want to ask this kid to do it? He just lost his father."
Yeah, yeah. And Flash is like, "I thought you didn't care," and he's like, "I never said that." Like, there's like that really like weird like WWE moment where he's just like, "Of course I care."
Of course I
oh,
care.
oh,
I
okay.
live on the planet too, dipshit.
We just believe like you care now because you said to believe you. Okay, like I'm with you.
Yeah, it's strange.
It's yeah,
It is, but like that's it. That's like the only moment where like he tries to put it into terms of the fact that like his dad just killed himself so he could track the mother box, which like that's my favorite moment in this film where
Joe Morton
like
being amazing in a sci-fi film, yeah, I mean, it's always my favorite moment. I,
no, is the fact that there's a minute scene where like, oh, this metal gets real hot.
yeah, yeah. Oh, okay.
And then like another minute where they're like, oh, he made the mother box real hot. Like, cool. Very, very, what's happening?
My
You
my quote
explain.
on Joe Morton for this movie was Joe Morton's gonna stop making Terminators was basically my like
Have you learned nothing, Miles
have you learned?
Dyson?
Oh man.
Estepatha Murkison is
It
so
said so
disappointed in you.
it says something about this film and the ways in which Wonder Woman and Lois and Martha are treated that like we kind of started talking about it and quickly just found ran out of things to
There's
say.
nothing to say. That's the.
I
It's not
know,
that we.
I
It's
know.
not that. Well, let's talk about. We could talk about Themyscira and the fact that the way that they protect their mother box is like genius for ancient Greece.
Yeah, yeah, but also something that's present in both versions. I want to also point that out. A lot of people have been talking about how the quote unquote fall of the Amazons was a phenomenal scene in this version, and as somebody that watched the original version not like 2 days beforehand, I think it was equally as impressive, if not better, in the first one because it was a lot tighter editing.
Right. It's just like it's one of those situations where I loved it in both of them, but like he came from the sky.
Hmm?
What is sealing the chamber gonna do?
Yeah.
He came from up there where you have a big open area. What is sealing the chamber honestly going to do?
Oh, for sure.
It's
It's a,
it's
but it's a moment that was it was one of the part of the 10%, clearly, as we
yep.
now know, of Zack Snyder's doing. That was just kind of edited a little bit more tactfully in the original theatrical cut of the film, and I don't disagree. It looks badass to have a bunch of really strong, powerful female, even side characters like swinging hammers and knocking the walls down. Like I'm all for this, like this idea that again he has these really weird ideas of what it means to get a female on screen because you have her doing these things that when you look at the plot is utterly fucking pointless. And so it's just like I don't know if this counts, man. You haven't really empowered this character when they're kind of doing something dumb.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's like we talk about the named characters being given the short stick, but like kind of every female is given the short stick in this film.
I have to say that I think knocking the walls down and the inevitable chase on the horses and like the volleyball game with the box, I still think is one of the more inventive, fun scenes in this movie. And I think now that I've put the word out there, fun is really kind of going to be my big critique of this film. Is like there are fun moments in both versions of this film, and that's when these movies both shine. She's like, but and I think that's one of them. I think the Amazons getting the box away from him is one of the more fun scenes, and so I think the quicker, tighter editing of the original version works better for me because it's more fun because it's quicker and tighter.
Well, I think all those moments that are fun, right? To use the word fun, are that 10% that were used from what Zack Snyder had filmed because it's all the action sequences. Really, all the action sequences were the moments where I'm like, oh, I feel like I'm watching the old movie. Am I wrong in thinking that? Is that
I
like
no, I mean, so I will say this: the Zack Snyder stuff that is action sequences that ended up in the original film, I liked. I liked them then. I like them now. I think you're not wrong about that. There is definitely stuff in the original movie that I could point to that is not in this one. I mean, the Flash. For all of its not an action sequence, I consider it one. Like him
oh, it's
saving all of
definitely
the
one.
people,
That's
right? Like that's one, right? Or Flash and Superman having the race to save the town, I think is a great like sequence of action that is missed in this one. So like as much as I think that Zack Snyder directed fine action set pieces in his version and they put them in the original one, I think there's also other ones that were present that were just not in this one. And some of the Zack Snyder ones that were added to this one were not as fun. Like Superman destroying Steppenwolf's axe in this movie for such a small moment that it was in this movie is a huge moment in the original one because it's done amongst there's it's handled better in the original theatrical version. I think that sequence wise it's better. So it's weird for me because like yeah, Zack Snyder definitely does fine action sequences. I think that honestly, this is one of those moments where both versions kind of just meet in the middle, where like there was some stuff I liked from both, there was some stuff I didn't like from both.
right. And that's all I'm trying to say is if you talk about the fun of that Amazon scene and it being, truncated in the original version, as opposed to going on long enough to be the entire first part of the film.
Yeah.
Like, that's the other thing. Like, when that faded to black and we were in part 2, I'm like, what happened? What happened that made that a part of this movie?
Yeah, what yeah, I'm not gonna break that apart on its own and watch it on its own. So why does it get its own part? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, it was strange. But then also the added scene where she's in DuckTales and she takes the arrow and the arrow fits into the wall and the story of Darkseid is told via
Yeah.
via hieroglyphics.
At the expense of one of the best scenes from the original one, the best moments from the original one, where Bruce shows up in that Icelandic town and says, "I want to speak to the man from the sea," and not knowing, or maybe knowing that it's Aquaman, Arthur like pins him to the wall, and he looks over and sees the image on the wall of their version of the story and says, "I'll pay you 5 grand more if you tell me what those 3 boxes are," and that is kind of what like sets Arthur's like kind of inquisitive notion. And then the next thing he does is he says that same line that he says in this one, where he's like outside, and the guy's like, and he says, he'll pay me that money even if you don't, which isn't translated in the Snyder version. I don't know why. Anyway, but like I wish they had both existed in the same movie. This is one of those times where I wish both of them had shown up, because it would have shown that this same story existed in both cultures, that I really would have appreciated. But because they removed the Aquaman version of that story and replace it with the Wonder Woman one, it feels just as off as the Aquaman version of the story did in the first one without the Wonder Woman one. So they just made it, they replaced the same awkward.
Yeah, it's real strange. I am real happy that they got rid of the part where Batman catches the jewel thief and makes him afraid to summon a parademon who basically takes its version of a cyanide capsule and leaves behind the story on like bricks in Gotham City.
When does that happen? I don't even remember that. And I watched the movie last week.
Yeah, right? Because it's fucking absurd. It's the after the montage. No, because the montage happens after. It is pre Everybody Knows, which like still the worst thing that the Whedon version did. Still,
Weird.
that version of that song is so weird, like, and it kind of cheapens everything that is being shown on screen, which like a lot of it's Martha and Lois Lane stuff. So take
Ta-da.
for that what it will.
Yeah.
Before that occurs, it is, Batman catches a jewel thief, ties him up in his grapple rope, hangs him over a building, and he says, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "They can smell fear." And he pulls him back, and there's a freaking parademon. And he catches it under an electric net, and then the parademon kills itself somehow. We don't understand exactly how, but it's like tantamount to a spy taking a cyanide pill, where it
Right.
like devolves from the inside out. And then the 3 mother boxes are left behind on the wall where it was stuck.
Yeah. Fuck.
And
I
and,
like,
and
like
Alfred
I
goes,
like I
just like with the other ones, and Batman goes, "It's time to go north." And I'm just like, God, this is awful. This makes no sense at all.
Yeah, to the point where I don't even remember that scene, and I again just watched that movie last week.
Yeah,
I
like
don't remember any of that scene.
I could.
Sure, that's not Batman v Superman.
It's not. Well, I put on Justice League. That's how I know that it's Chris Terrio and Joss Whedon who wrote it. Yeah, like, I mean, I stopped it because like that occurred, and then we got right to Wonder Woman's whole thing with the bank heist with the guys who want to return Europe to the Dark Ages.
Oh,
Who, like,
that part that the internet is convinced didn't happen in the original version. They're like, "Isn't that bank scene great for Wonder Woman?" And I'm like, "Don't you remember the fact that that was in both?" But anyway,
yeah,
yes,
that
that scene.
definitely happened in both, and like we talked about it then, we'll talk about it now. It's just that like chaos has erupted in the world in the wake of Superman's death.
Yeah, yes.
Like, I don't know. And I mean, and it makes sense, like, that the mother boxes were afraid of Superman. Like, it's a weird thing. It has a lot of emotional depth and like story significance, that bank scene.
Yeah.
In both of them. Like,
Yeah.
it's what makes Wonder Woman be like, Oh damn! I should go to Gotham City.
It makes this the best Wonder Woman sequel. I mean, like really does. Like if you watch Wonder Woman and then this, you have a great time with Wonder Woman.
Yeah, as long as you don't. But then the whole time I'm thinking, because I'm considering all these other movies, right? Where like DC still kind of did their plan of making the standalone films after the fact, which like,
Yeah.
and it makes sense why Wonder Woman comes out after Dawn of Justice, because she was a slant character in that, so we do it and we kind of have proof of concept of whether or not that works. And then you
Boom.
have Aquaman, yeah, his
Yeah.
movie, but
Yeah.
then the other two don't. We jump to Shazam, and I don't know why. I
I
will
don't know
never
why.
know why.
Why was that not a Flash movie? Plain and
It would have
simple.
been great.
Yeah.
Also, just while we're talking about it, the fact that Billy Crudup, Dr. Manhattan from Watchmen, is behind bars in
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh my God. Yeah, man. I don't know. There's just so much going on there. Like it clearly is like evidence that like people like working with it. They keep coming back. And I have nothing to say about Zack Snyder as a person. Right? Like it's not like we found out with Joss Whedon where he's like an asshole, or we find out with other directors that they're straight up monsters. Like he seems like a decent enough guy that people like working with and they're happy to come back project after project. That happens. And that's great. The problem is like at the end of the day, working with your friends is good, but like when you take $100 million from a company to make a movie and then they say to you, "Hey, you're not kind of doing what we want," you're not good enough to stand up to that argument. So when they put the fucking hammer down and they say you're done on this film and bring somebody else in to finish it, having an avid fan base come to your aid to like fucking like shame them into releasing your version that ends up also being kind of subpar feels really gross and weird.
We're not at that part of the story yet. The part of the story we're
We
at
gotta
is
talk
Batman.
Batman.
We
We
got to
gotta
talk
talk
about
about Batman.
Batman.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
We're talking about Batman and the fact that he was so Batman in this movie.
Yeah, man.
That's
I've always stood by. I really like Batman. I've always liked Ben Affleck as Bruce Wayne and Batman, which is like the like hard to hit like nice double. Christian Bale did a decent enough job with it to carry three films, but like we've talked about Michael Keaton being the best as both, and then like you end up with George Clooney who's a good Bruce Wayne but not a good Batman, and Val Kilmer who's a good Batman but not a good Bruce. Like it's hard to strike that balance in the way that Keaton does, and I think that Affleck has definitely proven himself to be my favorite Batman so far.
it was just so nice being with Ben Affleck again. Like
Yeah,
like that's
yeah,
this weird moment where I'm like, "Oh yeah, Ben Affleck was Batman." Like I had forgotten it. Like one of the reasons why this like okay, so Man of Steel, right? I've talked about it before. When I saw it, Will and I sent 2-minute messages to each other to discuss the film. It
hmm
was the least like efficient way to have a discussion about a movie, and
yeah,
it's what we did. And we sent like 50 messages back and forth between the two of us to discuss Man of Steel. And the reason why Will and I had that discussion is because Will loves Superman. It's why you making him Wonder Woman. You're probably not getting a Christmas card this year, Paige. I hope you understand and that you can accept that. That being said, I had forgotten that like another tenet of my friendship with Will is a love of Ben Affleck, and like
Mhm.
why Justice League is really this movie that is such a confluent like congruence of everything that we care about and that represents our friendship, until I was watching the Zack Snyder cut and like, oh yeah, Ben Affleck is Batman and he's pretty badass as Batman. Like
Yeah, yeah. No, I've always stood by the idea that I really like Batfleck and like that whole idea. There's never been anybody that's played Batman that I've been like, I don't want to see that. I like even like I'm down with Robert Pattinson. Like give me Adam West Batman any fucking day of the week. That's silliness. Like I think seeing Batman portrayed by different like actors is something that is a treat for me. And I think Affleck does something with Batman that I've never seen before, and that is regretful, meaningful Batman. Because there's always been like guilty Batman, but guilty Batman's always been angry about his guilt. This is the first Batman where he's like he's guilty and he wants to make it up to you. He's
Yeah,
like, "Can I make you some cookies?
no,
Well,
it's
can I
more.
have Alfred make you some
Can I
cookies?"
buy you something? Is this
Yeah,
something you need? How about an island? You want an
yeah,
island? Let me get you an island. Because
yeah.
this film, I realized, like, really, this version of it super leans into the fact that Batman is rich.
Oh, to the point where he becomes the quippy rich dude, a la Tony
Tony
Stark.
Stark, yeah,
But like all of those people that were giving me shit, not giving me shit, but giving the world shit about being like part of the reason Joss Whedon sucks is his quippy characters. I don't want the Flash to be quippy. And then like this one, they're like, we love it when Batman has a sense of humor. It's like, okay, like, like people just like to be fucking obstinate sometimes. But quippy Batman in this movie got to a point where I was just like, this is pretty quippy.
it got to the point where, like, but it's. So Ben Affleck, of all the people who've played Batman over the years, right? And you
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like he knows the most about the character before he gets the role. I'm reminded of Ben Affleck playing Daredevil in 2003 and the
Yeah.
fact that, like, he knew Daredevil, so he brought whole new layers to that character because he had read a Daredevil comic before he was cast as Daredevil.
You mean as in like familiar with Batman and not so much lived the life of a Bruce Wayne, right? Like because I think that yes, now that I understand what you're asking, I can definitely get behind that, not knowing much about the history of other people before. I know that like again, Christian Bale like does his research and stuff like that, but like getting a real role and picking up 100 comic books to kind of get into character is different than like I've been reading them since I was 6, which I feel like that's where more Ben Affleck kind of falls into this category.
Right. That's exactly where he falls into that category. Like
Yeah.
that's like it was like well documented that, like, I mean, one of the reasons why Ben Affleck eventually originally becomes a name, right? Like discounting the whole Weinstein factor of it and the fact that they're the ones who put together Good Will Hunting, is that like he meets Kevin Smith and they get along on the fact that they're both kind of huge fucking nerds.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
like there's a reason why Ben Affleck he
they're
get
they're
he
dirty nerds. Like
yeah,
let's not sugarcoat this. They like that they're both nerds, but they also like that they're both dirty fucking nerds.
right. But the reason why he is Holden in Chasing Amy after the small part that he has in Mallrats is that on the set of Mallrats, he is able to have comic book conversations, filthy comic book conversations with Kevin Smith.
Right.
Like that's well documented. To the fact that like they had a falling out after he was cast as Batman.
Oh
That
man.
has since reconciled, as evidenced by Jay and Silent Bob reboot, which I still am not a fan of. But it's one of those situations where, like, the fact that Ben Affleck brings this lifetime understanding of the character of Batman and Bruce Wayne, like, you see it every single scene that he is in.
Yeah.
Like, and it's wonderful. It's honestly wonderful.
It's why I missed that scene that I mentioned in the beginning of his monologue about why he's bringing Soups back and that he feels responsible, and also like this idea that like humanity needs him, and like it is a humility on display for Bruce that I don't think is out of character but never seen in the film versions of him. And on top of that, you have somebody like Ben Affleck playing him and earning it. Like so it's a perfect storm for one of the best Batman moments I've ever seen on screen that is now going to be lost to time because it's going to be in a version that people don't consider to be the real version.
Yeah. Oh man, now I feel bad. You made me feel bad, CJ.
It's
Like,
it
like
is what it is. Like
kudos.
yeah.
Yeah. So that he's just so good, and
Uh-huh.
I feel like there's not between the two films. I don't feel like there's ever really a moment where I'm like, that's not how Batman would act.
Right. Right. No. Like I said, like he does everything that I feel like Bruce Wayne would do. It's just that he's making choices that no on-screen version of Bruce Wayne has ever made before. And like that is what is so refreshing, is that like he makes it work. It's not like when you have Clooney or Kilmer playing him and people get really upset because they feel like they're not earning the character in certain ways, whether they're doing things out of character for Batman or they're doing things out of character for Bruce. There's never a moment where Affleck is doing anything out of character for either version of himself, and in fact actually marries the two in a way that most people struggle with. Even the Nolan, I've said his name three, Christian Bale
Christian Bale.
version of Batman, like even that version of Batman, like he very clearly like he becomes Batman, like he turns around and he's a different person and he's Batman, right? Whereas like Affleck, you feel like no, he just put on a suit and he's the same guy. Like there's something that I really love about his connection between Bruce and Bat that is rare for on-screen versions of him.
But I think
I
that he
like it.
also gets the benefit of Zack Snyder's universe and the fact that Batman has existed for 20 years. And also that, like, he's kind of free and loose with his identity. Like, he's walking around that Icelandic village, which, granted, probably doesn't have a telephone, like, anywhere in it. And
Yeah.
just being like, yeah, I'm Batman. I dress up like a
Yeah,
giant bat.
well, but there's other moments in which he says I'm Bruce. Oh, it's when he's talking to Barry and he says I'm Bruce Wayne, and Barry's like, that's supposed to mean something to me. Fuck yes, it's supposed to mean something to you in the DC universe. What the fuck, you don't know who Bruce Wayne is? That's like saying you don't know who Elon Musk is nowadays. You've at least heard the name,
I'm
even if
so
you're
happy that you use the same person that I used.
like what nonsense is that bullshit? Yeah, so I get in the Icelandic stuff he feels so free that he could just be like, yeah, I'm James Bond, I'm 007, right? Like it's like no, you don't tell people that, James. Anyway, but like there's this idea that he's able to be that free there, but then like in other positions it's just so weird the way in which his identity is handled out of his hands. Like it's never on Batman or Affleck in this movie to like carry those weird moments. It's always other people that treat him weirdly, and it just doesn't work for me. But him works perfectly.
Yeah, he is fantastic. It was nice to be reminded. And I'm actually a little disappointed by one thing. And that is, after Superman comes back to life and he flies to his memorial, which it's fucking weird that that's where he flies to, right?
Yes.
Like, why does
Yes.
he fly there if he's acting purely on Kryptonian instinct?
It
And
didn't mean
then,
anything to him when he was alive because it didn't exist when he was alive.
right. And then the four characters who are capable of fast movement show up there, and Batman is like conspicuously absent
Yeah.
because like he can't run fast, he can't fly, and
Yeah.
he can't swim real quick, I guess, to this landlocked center of Metropolis. But that's not important. I really wish that he just showed up like out of breath, like catching his breath. Just
That
like
would be great.
that's what's going on in my head. It's just like, Clark, can you you gotta give me a second. I'm just a guy. I'm just rich.
Yeah. I do like that Batman hides in basically the beginning of every scene of this. Every time he goes into an action scene, he's always like the last one through the door, including up into and including the epilogue in which he's hiding behind a car.
Yeah.
It's like it just shows the way that Snyder feels about Batman. Yeah, no, it's I don't know. It's
But it
he's a phenomenal character in this world and redeems a lot of moments for me for sure. Like, but at the end of the day, his his being sincere and weird and cool and fun would have been much more fun up against better versions of these other characters.
and that's so that makes me wonder how much Ben Affleck is brought into the creation of Bruce Wayne and his actions in this. We're going to talk
Mhm.
about this as an oeuvre, a piece from Zack Snyder, and like written by, created by, is just him. But when you see that connection to the character, that's the actor putting in the work. And I
Well, and
think that
also it's the difference between somebody walking on screen, like on set, like Gal Gadot or Jason Momoa, who God bless them, have done a ton of phenomenal work. But at the end of the day, you're in Justice League. That's fucking baller. Whereas like Ben Affleck, this is a Tuesday, right? Like, like the hundreds of millions of dollar epic hero film is nothing new to him, and like the atmosphere and the attitude, and then add to that, like he's like, bitch, I have an Oscar. Like, and I'm not saying he has
bitch,
an
I have
attitude about
two
him.
Oscars
Right, and,
at
and
least.
again, and it's not that he has that attitude about him, but like any director worth their salt will admit that's intimidating, right? So you have to imagine that like when Affleck shows up, has a love for the character, and is Ben Affleck on your set, and is just like, this is the way I'm going to do it. Definitely, you talk to him, but you talk to him different than you talk to other people.
Yeah, but it's disappointing that like it elevates the character, and thus every scene he's in is elevated. So
Yeah,
like I wish that like it really speaks to that Zack Snyder is in need of an editor.
yeah,
Like it's a weird proof of that concept when you see how Ben Affleck affected this film
yeah.
just by being Ben Affleck.
Well, and then you put him in scenes with Jeremy Irons, and it's just not fair. Like those are scenes of this movie that are a different movie
I
in
would
some
just watch
aspects.
that movie. I would
Yeah,
just watch a supercut of Bruce and Alfred hanging out and just having fun.
yeah. No, I mean, but that's what I mean by somebody like Gal Gadot is that you put her on screen with somebody but like Ben Affleck, and she fucking holds her own. Like she does great. And Jason Momoa, like these moments when he goes up against Ben Affleck and like is part of the like you get that he's capable, and everybody is in this movie. Like they yes. Affleck elevates his own scenes to a level that others can't compete with, but it's not like when he's in other scenes he makes everybody look bad. They are elevated as well. It's just unfortunate that there's so much of this movie where he doesn't get to be there to support them. You know, especially somebody like Cyborg, especially somebody like Flash, where we're given these singular moments with them, and they don't meet the same caliber of some of these other scenes that we see, and it makes this whole movie a disjointed kind of like fluctuating mess for me.
Yeah, it's such a disappointment that Diana is the one who's sent to recruit Cyborg. Like I get it. I understand why. So far Batman is batting 0 when it comes to getting people to join the Justice League. So
Yeah.
like I'm going to send you to get this one because the fast guy, I think I can handle that one. I think I got that one. But this one that's going to take a little bit of work,
Yeah.
like you have to go do. So then you have this scene where it's like Gal Gadot and Ray Fisher, and they are at the whims and mercies of the director. And
Yeah.
not that that's a bad thing, right? But like it just stinks because the scene with Ben Affleck and Ezra Miller is super memorable despite it being super short.
It's
Where
super weird
yeah,
because again, that's the moment when he's like, "I don't know who Bruce Wayne is." And it's like, "Fuck, Barry doesn't know who Bruce Wayne is." Also, like the suit and like the comments they make about it are just so again tropey. Oh, it's the same material they make the spaceships out of. It's just like, okay, fucking like let's anyway. Despite all of that, right? That scene is definitely elevated, and yeah,
and the
I
scene between
also
Wonder Woman and Cyborg is the one that's actually important to the plot.
right,
Like
yes,
that's the plot significant scene,
yeah.
and it pales to Batman showing up and being like, "You're coming with me, kid."
What I think it is that it is Snyder trying to show the again very surface level understanding of Wonder Woman as the heart of the team. Like everybody else is the muscle, the brains, the tech guy. She's the heart of the team, and that's problematic on its own. But it is something that is said in the movie, and it's present in the Whedon verse as well. Like the Whedon version is like, yeah, she's the one that understands people, whereas you're the one that pushes people, right? And so that's why her and Bruce have the relationship that they do. It's just it's an explanation for all of this. It's a reason for all of this. It's not an excuse for the ways in which like that scene exists, but it is definitely because she is supposed to be the one that connects with Cyborg on a like personal level, whereas like Batman would only be able to like technically be up against him, and they would have butted heads, and there's no way that could develop friendship.
Unless Joss Whedon is writing it,
Yeah,
in which
yeah, man.
case,
But Batman is great in this movie. So we've covered the big six, right? And like we've talked a lot about like the weird shit that happens in this movie. Like what other stuff do we need to look at here?
are we in the epilogue section of this where we discuss the
Oh, well,
epilogue?
no, we couldn't be in the epilogue because we have to give a false ending that like comes out of nowhere, and then we have to talk for 30 more minutes.
Oh, excellent! I love this. I love everything about
So
it.
by the way, it's the end. That came out of nowhere. All right, here's the epilogue.
The Okay, no, we gotta focus on the end. We have to focus on a couple of things about the end.
Okay.
One thing that we have to talk about at the end is Barry's speech to his father.
Okay,
That,
yes, comes out of nowhere. That was part of the moment where I was like, I wish I had another movie where this had been, so there was context.
yeah, because it comes from nowhere. It pays off nothing. It just makes me think that Barry Allen is insane.
Yeah, it was cringy. Like there is no other word for it. I literally cringed at that moment.
Okay, good. I'm glad that I wasn't alone. And it also, tropes on tropes on tropes on tropes, is Superman turning back time in Superman.
They're not even denying that now. They're talking about it as an homage to Christopher Reeves is now the wording on it, but obviously to save themselves from the fact that they just redid it.
And it's weird. I don't know. Like, he does that and he's able to do it. And then we get to the other thing I want to talk about, which is inside of the Unity, which is what happens when the three mother boxes are brought together. They
Mm.
form another similarly sized cube. I guess it's not bigger at
Well, no,
all.
they no, the idea is that they synchronize, and I think the idea is that they're supposed to be out of sync literally like quantumly. So like when they synchronize, they become one thing. That is something that like I'm willing to give the pseudoscience of this film. It's not good, but I it didn't bother me
If
as
it's
much as
fictional science that you can get behind, that's all that matters.
but I will
CJ.
give you that it is the exact moment in Watchmen when Doc Manhattan realizes that humanity's worth saving because like humans are unique. Like that moment, almost beat for beat, just with different words, is that moment where he's talking to his family and he realizes like, no, I am me because of you, but I am also something new. Is like it just reeked of that exact moment in a movie that he had already made.
And then we get to the point where Cyborg goes inside of the Unity, and the Mother Cubes are represented by his father, his mother, and himself before he became Cyborg.
Hmm.
Why?
Well, and then witches. I
Yeah,
don't know,
then
fucking
witches.
Ghostbuster witches. There's like some straight up Ghostbuster librarian demons at the end of this
Yeah,
movie.
because he pulls them apart, and then they turn into the witches that apparently own the mother boxes, which brings me to the dark side of it all. And I
Mm.
don't mean any in the cruisers. I mean the fact that there's a lot of dark side in this movie.
There's also not enough dark side in this movie, which is weird.
Can you imagine having conquered so many planets that you forgot that you already tried to conquer a planet
Especially the one that has the thing on it that you've
that
apparently
has the
dedicated
code
your
of
life to.
destruction? Like
Yeah,
the
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 anti-life
the
equation. Let's not hide
anti-life
from it.
equation.
Oh, Jesus, it's a stupid DC thing that I can't blame anybody but DC for. But yeah, but the fact that this planet had it, you got defeated there, dragged away, and then forgot about it is the most plot significant bullshit I've ever heard in my life.
Let's not forget the fact that like he remembers that this is the one that he brought the mother boxes to, because
And
like,
lost them.
yeah, right. But I just simply forgot that also the anti-life equation is on that mother box planet.
My life's purpose. I forgot that that's also where I dropped off the mother
Oh,
boxes.
right. I was supposed to pick you up from soccer.
Exactly what fucking yes. Jesus. Yes, yes.
Yeah. It I don't know. I mean, he was cool. Like, I liked the design of him. I liked the design of him where he wore a shirt. I didn't like him when he was topless. And not that I want to body shame or anything like that. Just like, that's not my dark side.
No, no, but topless Thanos was definitely something worth seeing. Topless Darkseid, no fun.
Well, he's got that weird divot in his chest,
Yeah, that
which
looks
is.
like he had heart surgery at some point. It just didn't properly heal. Yeah.
It feels like they removed his heart, and that's why he's dark side.
Oh my God.
And we,
Yeah, yeah. There's just a lot of stuff that's like clearly, and this kind of also addresses the Martian Manhunter stuff. That
yeah.
Zack Snyder was just like, this be fun without any attachment to why it would be fun. He was just like, people will think this is cool, right? And it's like, yeah, but not for the reasons you think, man.
Nobody will think this is cool, Zack Snyder. I don't want to be rude, but nobody is going to think this is cool.
Yeah. I
Because,
mean, that's his entire career, though. It's like him being like, "You think this is cool, right?" And just enough of it is cool enough that people accept it every time.
Everybody's like, I guess that was kind of cool. I guess you can keep doing kind of cool stuff. Maybe eventually you'll do something that's all cool.
Gerard Butler's butt in 300 was kind of cool at the time, I guess. I don't know. Maybe not anymore. We'd have to go back and watch.
Oh my god. I don't want to rewatch 300. Not
We don't have to
now.
watch 300.
Thank god.
But yeah,
Next
so
year.
like but yes, the dark side stuff I think is just kind of this a symptom of the same stuff that we've talked about earlier with like the weird like amount of CGI added to this film, the amount of weird choices made in terms of like anything in the sake of just being just like cool. And like I don't know, man. It's the film altogether. Jesus, the film altogether is just this attempt at taking this story that he clearly wanted to tell and doing everything in his power to just tell it. But it's like listening to a little kid at a barbecue where you're just nodding your head and you're just going along with it, but you lost the thread a while ago. And if you're able to maintain those kinds of conversations, then you'll do fine with this movie. But if that's not your bag, then like this movie's gonna lose you quick.
Yeah, that yeah, God, like now I'm like thinking about like Darkseid kills the Justice League.
We
Like
think for like a hot second, but that
he
also doesn't happen.
but
But
then
then
that
also does in the epilogue of this movie.
yeah, it's
Except not, because we're led to believe it was actually Clark, which was supposed to be the big reveal, which is a fucked up way to end your Justice League movie, I'll be honest.
what about that Lois Lane is something darker, which like we don't know what that something darker is
It never
because
pays
it
off.
never
It never,
pays
yeah,
off.
it never pays off. Yeah, no, because it's supposed to be set up for sequel. Just like in Batman v Superman, when we see Flash come through the fucking thing, because that also never pays off because we never see that moment here. This movie does so much negating of Batman v Superman, it's not even funny. Even fucking down to, I wrote the Gods Among Us story and the idea that Superman is supposed to be this thing that we fear and like, oh my God, it's dead now. And now we've moved on to another God Among Us in Cyborg, and we don't ever address it. It's never that Batman goes to him and is just like, hey, the last time I came up against somebody with as much power as you, I fucked up and I don't want to do that again. Like, you never see that moment. So, like, the whole Gods Among Us story that Snyder's been telling is just lost. And I said that earlier. But, like, that negates Batman v Superman. The weird, like, rock raising at the end of Batman v Superman, in which we're supposed to believe Superman is still alive, like, for some reason. And then we learn in this that the Motherbox is the only thing that can bring him back. Then what the fuck did we see in Batman v Superman?
I mean,
Like, was that premonition rocks? Like, what the fuck was that? Like there, that was really weird. There's just so much about this movie that is like, hey, ignore everything we've done before. As much as everything we've done before kind of gives you some background on this, it didn't really.
but also this completes the trilogy.
Yeah,
This is
yeah,
the true ending to the
yeah,
trilogy that was started with those two movies. Remember
yeah.
those two movies? Remember them enough for
Four
this
movies.
to be the end.
Because if we're gonna talk about the epilogue, we have to talk about Jared Leto.
Okay, so yeah, it's time for the epilogue. I believe that we can do enough time in the epilogue to get us over the 4 hour mark. Because I can't believe we're at 3 hours and 25 minutes right now.
I didn't really
Season.
mean we were gonna go 4 hours, and
You,
we don't have to. I'm just
you
gonna point that out.
challenged me, motherfucker. And if I'm if I can't not be Devin Decker, right? I'm the scorpion and you're the toad, right?
Shit,
It's
shit.
in my nature.
Jesus.
But that's good because I got a lot to discuss about the epilogue. I
Yeah.
have a lot
So,
to discuss about the epilogue.
let me put my one note out there that I have about the epilogue. I wrote epilogue dot 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 parentheses why close parentheses.
And the answer is what? Because there's going to be a sequel. At the time that this is written, right? At the time that Zack Snyder writes this script, he is planning Justice League 2 and Justice League 3. He is planning an epic that will go to where this epilogue is. This epilogue is not a hint for Justice League 2. It is leading to Justice League 3. And that's
You don't think
crazy.
Justice League 2 is this bad ending and then they save the world, and then Justice League 3 is like, no, I guess it makes more sense to make this like the first half of Justice League 3, right?
Yeah. And then
Yeah,
they're going to
yeah.
have to negate it using Barry's super speed.
Yeah,
Somehow.
time travel is going to somehow come into play to stop this mad god from the universe to come in with all of his collections of space rocks. Sorry, what are we doing?
Space rocks. Always space rocks. Space rocks. Nothing but space rocks. Uh,
Yeah, yeah.
well, the only so what I do love about the epilogue, right, is that if it happened, is we are introduced to Slade Wilson, Deathstroke, in the fact that I guess he didn't liberate Lex Luthor. Like I always kind of felt like he had helped Lex
Oh,
Luthor
I
escape.
had kind of gotten the impression from the laughing dude that it had been the Joker, but maybe I'd been misinterpreting that. Yeah, I don't know. I got a lot of issues with that because of the bullshit idea that Slade Wilson doesn't know that Bruce Wayne is Batman. It should have been the other way around. The reveal that Bruce, like, hey, you know your friend Bruce Wayne, you know he's Batman, right? And that would have been more impressive to me than him saying, hey, you know Batman, Bruce Wayne, that's Bruce Wayne. And I like it is a thing that elevates the idea that Zack Snyder only has like a passing like I read an encyclopedia once about DC when I was in like seventh grade and I don't remember much. Is like again, I don't want to be that guy that's like read the fucking comics, but Slade Wilson's whole motivation in life is his issues with Bruce and like their relationship to the Order of the Dragon and not Qui-Gon Jinn, what's his name?
Al Ghul,
Al Ghul,
Ra's
Ra's
Al
al
Ghul.
Ghul, yeah,
Yeah.
Ra's al Ghul, Ra's al Ghul, depending on what version you're going with. But yeah. But like that whole family, like they're part of a very specific story and like life and family that Batman has to the point where Slade Wilson is sometimes on Bruce's side, as we then see 10 minutes later in the epilogue of this film. So
Which
to
is
see him be revealed as Batman, Bruce Wayne is like a name that's new to him was fucking weird. And then to show them be on the same side, I was like, well, yeah, that makes sense. Like, what the fuck are you doing? It was such a weird moment because I was just like, well, he knows who Bruce Wayne isn't new to him. What is going what is happening here? It was very bizarre.
I mean, what it could be, and I'm giving this film a lot of credit that it has not earned, that it is not due, but it could be the fact that, like, Slade Wilson knows that Bruce Wayne is Batman, but now, like, here's somebody else who knows, right? Imagine going your whole life and you're the only person who saw, like, Hackers, and then you meet somebody else who saw the film Hackers, and you get to have a conversation about it.
But the thing I'd be more into, and see this, and this is why this deserved to be an after credit scene, and it was in the first movie, is because there's no time for any of this nonsense. But I'd be more into it than if it was that Slade who knew Bruce and knew that Bruce had become Batman, and his relationship with Bruce. He wasn't just automatically on Lex's side, but more like, I need to find out how much you know about this story to determine how I feel about you knowing this knowledge. Because he's the kind of guy to straight up kill somebody for knowing that Bruce is Batman if he determines that that person is not worthy of knowing that for whatever reason. Like, there's so much about that character and his interaction in that moment that that moment is only cool for fans because they don't name him, they don't point anything out, he's not in the rest of the movie, he doesn't show up in it, like that is only for fans. And so as a fan, I see that moment and I go, well, this is a fucked up version of him. So like that seems automatically for nobody at that point.
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm giving it a lot of credit as a fan, right? It's because I've read the fucking comic book. I've read the source material where, like, he might be agreeing to take that champagne to pump Lex Luthor for more information
Yeah.
because of just the nature of the character.
Yeah,
And
and like I could buy that, but I want to know that.
but
Like
I
it's
want it
the way it's
confirmed. I want it
presented. It's like,
confirmed.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
And but then what I really like is that when that epilogue is there, it's immediate payoff to what that scene meant, regardless of what it actually means in the original release. Like the fact that Slade Wilson is with future Batman and crew really
Oh,
does tell you something about
it's
that.
it's intriguing, and again, I have to compare this entire 30-minute epilogue, 20 something minutes. It's not a full 30 minutes, but like whatever it is, it's lengthy. Like to that scene of Flash showing up in Batman v Superman, where it is a really strong promise, and at the time in Batman v Superman that he was like aching to like make do on. This time around, he knows fucking well he's not going to. So like what do we as an audience gain from this? And I think that leads back to the conversation that we kind of had earlier, where like this movie in a lot of ways is just not fun. This epilogue is super depressing and unfun, especially knowing we're never going to get an answer to any of this. So who does this benefit? It is pure masturbatory cinema, which we have blamed many a better director than Zack Snyder for being guilty of. So it's not like he's the first person I'm calling this out on, but like it is in a thing that I was promised was going to be like the ultimate version of this film that was going to make everything better, was going to be the perfect version of this film. It's just like literally the icing on the cake at the end of this film to just kind of show me how much this project was just masturbatory nonsense for the director, and like a bunch of fans were just super into watching it happen, and that's weird.
Yeah, not only were they super into it, like they wanted more. And I think that might be the thing. Like the fact that there are people clamoring to get more from this universe, to have this universe continued, I feel like that's the ultimate goal of this epilogue. Is that like you create it, and I mean like I've heard Zack Snyder.
No, I don't disagree. That just it opens some really gross doors, because with him denying the idea of toxic fandom being kind of the main reason he got this movie, and the fact that toxic fandom even exists, but then learning that he kind of catered to them for the last 30 minutes of this film is some gross implications that I don't necessarily disagree with.
Because that's the only thing. And it doesn't get any better to that than the fact that this epilogue, I, Devin Decker, am now fully 100% convinced that Jared Leto's Joker is Jason Todd.
Okay.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
Okay.
That's where I'm
I
at. Watching
I
that scene,
I think that you are reading a depth that the rest of this film clearly doesn't have into a scene that I don't think has it. But sure, okay.
I just I
I I appreciate the read.
thank you. Thank you for appreciating the read. It's better than Will being like, "Well, you know this world better than I do," and I'm like, "That's a good way to change the subject, Will. Credit where credit's due." But yeah, it's the fact that like, why would you send a boy wonder to do a man's job? That whole situation.
Yeah.
So like, Bruce Wayne's Batfleck, right? Is that what we call him? Do we call him Batfleck?
Specifically this one. Sure,
Yeah.
yeah.
He sent Jason Todd to kill the Joker, and Jason Todd killed the Joker. Let's say that for like sake of argument, it was Arthur Fleck Joker, right?
Sure.
And in taking that life, in doing what Bruce could not do, right? It drove him to the point that he just assumed the mantle of the Joker. He realized that everything is a joke and that he becomes the Joker. I'm fine with that. And then, like, the final thing is those fucking yellow gloves that he's wearing. That just made me think Robin.
Yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. I look, like I said, I appreciate that that's the reading on it. I don't think that there was nearly that much thought put into the idea that the Joker was just going to be there. And oh, you didn't like the way that Leto played him on his own last time? Well, we'll make him more Heath Ledgery this time. Don't worry.
I didn't read him as more. I just loved him. It just felt like Jared Leto playing a role. I
The
mean, like,
long hair and the makeup was definitely like I'll give you that Leto was definitely acting. His particular Joker laugh, always have to comment on a good Joker laugh, was phenomenal, like weirdly fucked up in a way that I did not like appreciate but also loved. But no, the long hair and the lip makeup on him was so Heath Ledgery, it was kind of gross.
I didn't even consider. I was just so happy that, like, all right, so from seeing the Robin suit defaced to this is it's small breadcrumbs for me to follow through the forest, but it's still the house that I found,
Yeah.
and I'm fine with it. And like, if there's never anything else, there being enough for me to mount the argument that Jared Leto's Joker is supposed to be Jason Todd, I'm happy with. And I mean, like, it's obviously based on a Jason Todd before we have the Jason Todd as he is now.
Yeah, but yeah, yeah, yeah. So we see Batman and Joker. We see that Barry is there, apparently green screened in from London, Ezra Miller. We see Cyborg there with a weird hunch that is then revealed to be more guns, which I thought his whole body was a gun. So like him, I don't know, it was weird.
Him having guns added like that was a little
Yeah.
strange and not wrong.
But then we see Slade show up with his mohawk now.
Loved it. Loved
Old
every
man
moment of it.
Slade. Yeah. And then like the weirdest reveal of Aquaman not being around anymore and it now being Mera, right?
Yeah, Mira. Yeah.
Okay, I want to make sure I had the name right and I wasn't just thinking of like fucking Merida or something.
And it wasn't
But
thinking of mermaid, but with an
yeah, yeah.
A. Yeah.
Yeah, an interesting choice for the one part of this movie that we now know to be the only part that they actually like brought like actors back to reshoot. And like
In light of what we know about Amber Heard. Yeah.
yeah, man. Once again, just another weird moment for feminism. I'm gonna point out in the hands of Zack Snyder, like this woman that we are now currently debating whether or not she's maybe a good example of a female that we should put on screen. I'm again, better people than me have arguments for and against this, so I won't really say that I'm an expert here, but it felt weird.
It felt a little strange, and then like also, I'm just gonna kill him because he took away Arthur from me. Maybe like the best thing about the epilogue is that an epilogue in its existence is supposed to kind of be the answer to the unanswered questions, and that's not what this epilogue was.
Yeah, and in a weird way, in a lot of ways, maybe this might be a simplification and maybe a misunderstanding, but also kind of a summary of what we're truly supposed to get. Like the epilogue is supposed to, in a few pages, embody everything that we were supposed to get from the main story, and that's not this.
No, it can't even pretend to be this, CJ.
No, because we had a happy ending of them defeating this and ending this future, and then oh, it turns out it was for naught.
Because Lois Lane is the key?
A maybe, except that it's just such a fucking weird. We're told that, but like, I have no other response other than epilogue. Why?
Well, and then there's the fact that this epilogue is a dream.
Oh yeah, Jesus, I forgot because of the whole thing we talked about, where he wakes up and then meets Martian Manhunter. Well, and so like this is one of the more egregious things that they take from the Avengers universe and don't hesitate to hide it. And that is having your main human hero, the guy that doesn't have powers, is just there and putting his body at risk every time, is the guy that somehow like feels this real like regret and like deep depression and upsettingness, and like his brain breaks, and like and we see that in Tony. That is the arc of Tony Stark in the entire Avengers storyline. Iron Man 2 Endgame is Tony's like eventual like break with reality, and then like his redeeming moment is the end. They just are trying so hard to envelop that in Bruce in a way that is detrimental to the idea that this is not just Iron Man.
Yeah. And
It's
that, like,
it's
which is
gross.
why so much of the discussion is about how these are the Bizarro Avengers.
Yeah.
Like, let's send Bruce Wayne on the opposite arc of Iron Man. No,
Yeah.
why would we do that? That's not interesting storytelling. I also really have I take pause with the fact that the death of Superman restored Bruce Wayne's faith in humanity, which is what like all the synopses of this film say.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't disagree. But again, it's another way in which it kind of it acts like Batman Superman happened, but that Batman Superman was a different movie. It's
Yeah.
really weird. Like it acknowledges the existence of that film, but then doesn't acknowledge any of the actual events of that film.
I mean, there's that opening where Superman yells.
I can't even. We didn't talk about the opening because it wasn't important. But fuck me, it made about as much sense as the rest of this movie did. I'll say.
That's true. That's a very succinct summation of the opening. I don't. I don't know. Leonard Cohen's Hallelujah happened again because Zack Snyder knows one song, but honestly, it was better than that weird version of Everybody Knows at the beginning of the studio edit from 2017 that literally had me laughing out loud for too long at the beginning of Justice League. Like, to the fact that, like, I almost felt like I had to leave the theater because it was so tonally, like, bankrupt
It,
against what was being shown.
it's one of the few moments where you could see somebody try and be Zack Snydery and not succeed at like even hitting that level of like simple. It was really weird. Yeah. But man, yeah, the epilogue of this movie and it happens, and then they roll into the credits, and there's the fact that there's not a post-credit scene is interesting. I have to say, although apparently they just put it all into the actual movie, and I just like, it's probably time for me to admit that like I hit hour three on this film, man, and Superman comes back, and that should be the moment in which I'm wholly invested in riding this ride out. That's the moment I turn this movie off. You know, all that stuff that they talked about where they have all of this like data on people not watching to the end. I would like to think means that like it was people watching it chapter to chapter, they're just taking it in, they're going to come back to it, they're going to finish it. I, it was at that point where Superman comes back, and I was just like, oh, the moment I'm really supposed to be invested is the moment I really just want to stop watching this film. I'm going to do myself a favor and come back to this later. And then it became kind of a project at that point. And I feel like that is going to happen with a lot of these people that stopped watching, even if they were kind of entertained as they went along. The idea of coming back to this world, this depressing, dark version of these heroes that we're supposed to be like having fun watching, it didn't sound like fun.
Well, I mean, I'll agree with that because trying to start watching this film was a mountain that was so hard to climb. Like I said, I was looking for like 4 straight hours to like watch it, but like that was kind of an excuse because like I don't want to go back to Justice League. Like
Yeah.
we're so removed from it, and
Yeah.
the track record after it has not been great. It's been one good movie in this universe.
And not in this universe. It like in this universe, but also distinctly not as an R-rated like action epic that like distinctly ignored anything that happened in this film.
Wait, what are we talking about? Are you talking about Birds of Prey?
Birds of Prey.
I was
Birds
talking
of
about
Prey, yeah.
Aquaman. I was talking about
Oh,
in-universe movies.
in
It'd
universe
be Wonder
movies.
Woman 84, Aquaman, and Shadow.
I even like I had my issues with Aquaman. As much as we talked about it though, and I do definitely see I it's one of those movies where I believe I landed on I would love to watch the sequel. I have no interest in going back to the first one.
That well,
Like,
and I'm
yeah,
right there with you, because
yeah.
the family was like, "We're gonna watch Aquaman," and I'm like, "Go for it." Oh, you don't want it? No, go for it. I've seen it.
I've seen it.
Go for it.
Yeah, man. So the Snyderverse at this point, it has to be dead, right? Like, so I think this is where we have to kind of end this is like predictions for what this means going forward, because like they've shaken the entire universe to its core with making this movie, with putting the money behind it. Because this isn't just like a director's cut where they just pay an editor to just edit in what the director left on the cutting room floor. Like, they gave him some money to reshoot, re-edit, like change the entire story, and basically like came out and said like we fucked up. And that is unprecedented in any of these like director's cut style films. Is just like usually they blame it on the last guy if they do anything, but that wasn't even the case. So like we definitely don't see any Snyder films going forward in DC, right? Like that just has to be the end of the Snyder DC relationship. But does that mean that like it's the end of the Snyderverse?
So, I mean, Aquaman 2 is the only one that's kind of in production that has any sort of connection to this universe.
Yeah, people keep saying there's a Flash movie that's definitely coming, but like I don't know fuck all about it as far as I've
I
heard.
mean, as far as I know, the Flash movie that's coming is Flashpoint, and that, why would that be Ezra Miller? Like, honestly, why would it be Ezra Miller?
Or if it is Ezra Miller, they'll use it as a reason to change everything.
Right. And everything else that I've heard about Flashpoint is Thomas Wayne as Batman and Martha Wayne as the Joker. Like, exploring Elseworlds versions of these characters.
Yeah, I mean, key that is one of the particular movies where Cyborg is the leader of the Justice League. So, like, if they did bring Ray Fisher back as Cyborg in that particular film, and if they wanted to lean into the Snyderverse, they could have Dean, what's his name, Jeffrey Dean Morgan come in as Thomas Wayne, which would be amazing. And forgive me for not remembering the actress that played Martha, but I'm sure Zack Snyder didn't give her a line anyway. But you know, like they could lean into the Snyderverse and still do Flashpoint at this point, but I don't know if it's worth doing. I mean, I'd love to see fucking Jeffrey Dean Morgan come in and play Thomas
I
Wayne.
mean,
That'd be
and that
badass.
I mean, again, it's all speculation and rumors that I heard,
Well,
but everything that I've heard has said that it would be him playing Thomas Wayne,
Yeah.
which like that'd be awesome. That'd be really interesting. It appeals to me on a level, but the unfortunate truths are the Arrowverse has been better than really any of the cinematic offerings from DC since
Even at
the
its worst.
Arrowverse started.
Yeah, I mean, even in later seasons of all shows where people have talked about them becoming CW nonsense, they have still been better interpretations of characters and more well-received versions of like characters and new versions of characters than the movies ever have.
Yeah. So it's weird. And I mean, we have the Batman coming with Robert Pattinson. And that looks interesting, but it looks like it is casting aside everything that came before.
Hmm.
I honestly, I would not give Patty Jenkins another Wonder Woman film after the freedom she was given on Wonder Woman 84 and the response that it had. And that's sad because she was such a big reason why the first one was so good. But like, I think if I were DC, if I were Warner Brothers in my connection with DC, I would, and we've said this so many times in relationship to Warner Brothers and the DCEU, I would burn it all down and rebuild from the ashes.
Well, and the problem that Warner Brothers as a studio has, as a movie studio has, divorced even from DC, is that they really want to invest in a particular type of artist, and that artist pays off less often than the way that Disney Marvel is willing to invest in a particular type of artist. And what I mean by that is it's the difference between somebody like a Christopher Nolan or like a fucking Jon Favreau, right? Like when you look at somebody like a Nolan and the ways that WB throughout all of their movies is willing to invest in somebody like Nolan and give him the ability to kind of get off the leash and do what they want. That's great that pays off for Nolan. But then for every Nolan you also have guys like Snyder. You have guys like where you give Chris Columbus the first Harry Potter movie and then you're not happy with the art direction on it. Like Warner Brothers is constantly finding itself like opening the doors to like these quote unquote highbrow arty artists, and more often than not like audiences don't connect with them, but they do sometimes, and that's enough for Warner Brothers. Whereas like Disney is much happier to go with the like supermarket brand version of that director and somebody like Jon Favreau for all of their projects. Marvel, fucking at this point, The Mandalorian, like
The
they're very
Jungle
happy,
Book
like
and
right,
Lion
like
King, right? Wasn't he also
yeah,
that?
he was also on Lion King. So like Disney is willing to throw their hat into the ring with somebody that is making a much more palatable film. And this is coming from somebody that at the end of the fucking day, I'd rather have a drink and make a movie with Jon Favreau than I ever fucking would with Nolan. But I feel like when Jon Favreau walks into a room, it's much more of a party than when Nolan walks into a room. Right? Like,
I
it's
mean,
not
we've
that
all
work is not
seen
getting done, but
Swingers.
it's
Like,
right. It's yeah. It's not that work's not getting done. It's just that the work is going to be much more fun. Like
yeah, John Favreau seems like a cool guy to hang out with.
well, right, and so
I
that's where Disney is making the moves that WB is not from the film standard, and it is affecting them trying to make these DC movies in a really upsetting way.
it's affecting them kind of trying to make all of their movies in an upsetting way. I think like so I mean it's hard to talk about WB and not WB Warner Brothers and not look at the fact that this year, this 2021, they're releasing everything simultaneously to HBO Max and to theaters. And
Mhm.
there's a real beauty in that because it drives subscribers to the HBO Max like universe and environment, right?
And in a weird year allows their movies to get seen by a large audience, so it pays off on both ends. Yeah.
But based on the films that have come out and a lot of the critiques that I've read about them, people feel like a lot of these films probably wouldn't have done great in the box office. So it's also kind of a way that they get to wash their hands of this slate of films that might not have performed well if people didn't just have access to them because they're subscribing to the service.
Yep, for sure.
And especially when you look at, like, they just penned yesterday, and it was announced today, an exclusivity deal with Regal Cinemas for 2022 releases. That will that there's going to be movies that are held back for that, right?
Yeah.
As much as they announced the 17 films that are going to be coming to HBO Max, I wouldn't be surprised now that they have this in paper if some of those later movies, as we do see a path out of this pandemic and the quarantine and theaters hopefully reopening, I wouldn't be surprised if some of them do not have same day release to HBO Max.
Yeah, they could definitely pull them from the app and just say that due to the changing nature of the world, they're going to do things different.
Yeah, due to
Yeah,
force
people would
majeure.
they'd yeah, exactly. They'd funny enough, they'd catch some shit from fans, but at the end of the day, it might be better for them, especially considering some of the attitudes. Yeah,
Like, it's this weird situation, and something like the Zack Snyder Justice League totally fits into that. This is not something that would have ever gotten a theatrical release. There's no way that Warner Brothers would have given the money to Zack Snyder to do this 4-hour version of the film. But you putting it on HBO Max and you have a captive audience, it's the perfect time to try something like this.
yeah, it's a perfect storm. Yeah,
and the most important thing to take away from this, right, is we were afraid, more you, but you convinced me that I should also be afraid of this bot planet, that this will set a dangerous precedent for releasing the Snyder cut, huge air quotes, of other films. But, like, we're not going to get the David Ayer Suicide Squad. That's not going to happen just because the Snyder cut of Justice League performed the way that it performed. I feel like this, weirdly, in the annals of history, this will be an important moment for humanity and entertainment. And that sounds crazy. I know that sounds crazy, but I don't think we're ever going to see something to this level ever again.
I agree. It's not that I ever thought that we would definitely get the fucking NC-17 cut of Mrs. Doubtfire. Like that's not what I thought was going to happen from this. I didn't think that it was that studios were going to bend to the whim of these fans. It's that what it is this gave the fans teeth in a way that they haven't had before. And maybe over time those teeth will be dulled, but for a while now we're going to have to deal with some very sharp, harsh, unfair like criticism and unfair attacking. I mean, we saw it this weekend with people that came out against the Snyder Cut saying, and not even against, but saying like, yeah, I watched it. It was a 4 out of 10 movie and now it's a 5 out of 10. Like they started getting doxxed and attacked online. Like there's a level of feeding the toxic fandom to this project that we're not going to recover from if we do, it won't be for a while.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen. I hope that this happens and it's a flash in the pan moment, and that we see and that we move away from it. That, like, this is what you wanted, this is what you clamored for, this is how you reacted to finally getting that. Maybe we as studios understand that you as fans might not know everything that we have to do. Mm-hmm. I don't think you're wrong. I think that there will be some people who are emboldened by this, and if we make enough noise, then we can get everything that we want. But, like, this isn't the first time that's happened. Mass Effect 3, people being sad and then, like, kind of cowing to that, has not had lasting effects in the way that the game industry works. And I don't think that this one, even though they'll be emboldened for a bit, just the speed that the entertainment industry moves, I think this will be forgotten as an interesting experiment that really proved you don't know what the fuck you want. So just be happy with what we give you.
Yeah, I agree with that, but now you've just made me sad for a different reason, in that it hasn't emboldened it hasn't disenfranchised the creators of games enough that they have kowtowed to these emboldened fans. Despite, but I do think these emboldened fans still exist because you point out what happened with Mass Effect, and I could probably trace a pretty quick line to what happened with The Last of Us 2 this year, right? And it's not necessarily that it forced the Naughty Dog and the creators of The Last of Us 2 to change anything about that game, thankfully. But man, it was definitely a group of people that felt like they deserved that change on that same level. And so I don't think that if what had happened with Mass Effect didn't embolden them, I don't know if we would have heard such a large amount of volume about the feelings on things like The Last of Us 2 this year. And that's what I think we're going to have to deal with going forward. It may not change anything in the films. It may, depending on what is said when. And I think that no matter what, it has like I don't think you're wrong to talk about this as being historically important because we don't know yet what this is actually going to do to film. And like you're saying with video games, it may not be anything that drastically changes the way that games are made, but it's going to change the way that movies are talked about. It's going to change the way that fans address the things that they don't like about a film. Like we're never going to live this down. It's just not going to maybe necessarily be a big change, but I bet in 10, 15 years, we are talking about how the Snyder Cut is kind of the reason that you got a fan that is now directing a film and like suing a studio or some nonsense. You know what I mean? Like there's gonna be something that we connect back to this. We're just not sure what that is yet.
Well, yeah, that's wow, you just painted a scarier ending than the epilogue of Zack Snyder's Justice League. Congratulations, Sejan.
Yeah,
My
yeah.
hat is tipped to you with all of the disdain that is deserved there.
I see
Um,
you as the Joker in the Zeppelog as the one that enjoyed the first version of this film.
oh,
Um,
thank you. I like that you called it a Zeppelog. That just sounds delicious. Ricotta cheese cream filling. Uh, yeah, it's but the important thing to remember is that there's always been loud, angry people about things. Like, and that's sort of why I highlight the Jason Todd of it and the Donner cut. The unfortunate thing is that as our world gets smaller because of internet communications, the voices get echoed and they're easier to hear.
yeah.
So I do hope that the proper lessons are learned from this. Most of all, that we shouldn't release anything in a 4:3 aspect ratio ever again.
Yeah, right. Hey man, it was for IMAX, that thing you'll never see it in. Yeah, man. I there are choices, and that's one of the last things that I'll say about this is that Snyder is a director that makes choices and like he sticks to them. I don't love them. I'm not a huge fan of things like 4:3 aspect ratios and like bland color palettes and things like that. But fuck me if the guy doesn't have a vision, and that is something that this movie definitely presents. So like if that is your argument for wanting this film is just wanting to see a director's vision come to light, then I'm all with you. Like that stuff should happen. Studio interference is bullshit and getting other writers and directors to come in and fuck with people's stuff because you don't think it's going to make enough money. That's never the game I want to play. But if your argument for this film is because you feel like somehow you as a fan earned this, that's not a cool way to go through life.
No, that's actually a very poisonous way to go through life. That's toxic. That I deserve this because I don't know. Like it is. It's I'm very happy like especially when you hear the stories of like Christopher Nolan and Deborah Snyder saying to Zach, "Don't watch the version of Justice League that was released in 2017. It will bring you to tears."
Yeah.
Like that's sad, right? And now that we see what Zack Snyder wanted the film to be, I definitely agree that he would have been sad seeing his vision realigned under the eyes of Joss Whedon to fit into what Warner Brothers wanted this film to be.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's an important thing, and this is a much deeper discussion for a later episode of the Say Report. But like, the time to replace Zack Snyder was not halfway through Justice League.
Yes.
It was
I
after
yeah.
Man of Steel, or like after Batman v Superman. Like,
When you gave him his first director's cut, like you say to him, like, look, we're going to give you this. We're going to put your director's cut version out this and we'll eat shit for the rest of our days, but we're not letting you touch a Justice League movie. Yeah.
like like you talk about Marvel and what they do. One of the other important things, right, where they'll stick with someone like Jon Favreau and allow him to do everything, is they also know when it's time to pick up and move. It sucks that Edgar Wright didn't get to do Ant-Man, and that
Yeah.
by all accounts happened midstream, but like they found Peyton Reed or Shane Black doing Iron Man 3 or the Russo brothers taking over for the Avengers films. Like, these are important things that need to be, like, so Warner Brothers, if you want to truly compete with Marvel, right? The Marvel films, Disney in general, right? Disney is the one that everybody's trying to compete with right now because Disney is all, right? Disney is the god amongst us. To play into it, you
Right.
need to actually look at more than just the bottom line with the genre of the film that made the money. You need to be willing to look at the films and see, okay, when Iron Man 2 didn't make as much money as Iron Man 1, or like it had a less of a critical acclaim, what did Disney do to change it?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
If you want to be the Superman to Disney's Captain America, like open your eyes.
yeah, plus you're Superman. It should be easy,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
You have every power. One
Oh
last thing.
man. Yeah,
One
no,
last
let's do
thing.
it.
Is there are rumors that Justice League Gray is going to be released, which will be Zack Snyder's Justice League with an all black and white color palette and an alternate ending. Would you watch that, Sejan?
At this fucking point, why the fuck not? I like here's what I would do. I would probably start watching, probably fast forward, watch a few key scenes here or there, and then watch the alternate ending. I don't know if I would bother sitting through it as a full cinematic experience.
Yeah, I think I'd probably just watch the alternate ending and then, based upon what that was, decide if I could watch it again or not.
Yeah.
But I can't believe that not even a week out, right? Like, this is releasing on the week anniversary of it coming out, right? Like, it dropped on Thursday of last week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's been out for a week, that they're already talking about the special edition that they're going to release of this film.
I mean, if anything, that shows you that at the end of the day, you can call this a mea culpa to the fans, or like a we owe this to Zack Snyder. But no, this is just Warner Brothers knowing where the money's at.
Yeah. And that's also saying that they're going to pump that out to HBO Max. But
Hmm.
I would not be surprised if that were something that were released to theaters in some sort of super limited capacity.
Oh yeah, like one weekend only, like with the same way they do like the full run of the Lord of the Rings or stuff like that. Yeah, like they definitely would put it in theaters for some money, and they'd
And
get it.
they'd get it. And that's the really terrifying part of this whole thing.
Yep.
All right. So, do you have any further things to add before we wrap this one up and send it out to HBO Max for people to enjoy a third of?
I'm looking at my board. No, not really. We kind of covered everything.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I certainly hope that in the runtime of the feature, we could cover everything from the feature. That's the goal, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna point out again, Aquaman getting into the truck at the end. I don't know. That for some reason that moment sticks with me as like kind of like an emblematic thing for like everything about this movie is like he's Aquaman and we've seen that his dad lives in a lighthouse on the ocean. Why would he not just swim to his father? And like you can and then you coming up with like a fan reason why that's okay is more than proof that I'm right.
Dude, I mean, turning right there, my fan explanation for why Jared Leto is Jason Todd.
Yeah.
Like, they put so much in the hands of the fans that,
And then the
like,
fans feel super empowered and this is the result.
look at that. What a crazy, crazy world we live in. All right, so if you would like to recommend another director who's like Zack Snyder to Siegen, you can find him on Twitter at Siege versus the World.
And if you want to comfort Devon in the thorough beating that I just gave his new favorite movie, you can catch him at Devon D. Decker.
I am wounded a little bit. I will admit that. So your soothing comments would be appreciated. Will, without further ado, for the love of God, bring us home.
Thank you for listening to the Say Report with your host Devin Decker and Stephen Serwick. Please follow the guys on Twitter and Facebook by searching for The Say Report, and you can always subscribe on your podcast channel so this is delivered straight to you and you can enjoy it every week. With apologies to your mother, we'll see you next time.